The House will come to order. Today, the Pledge of Allegiance will be said by Jeremiah Little, Justin Little, Jordan Little, homeschool students from Denver, Colorado, guests of Representative Ricks.
Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Amabile, Armagost, Bacon, Byrd, Bockenfeld, Basenecker, Representative Basenecker,
Excused.
Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley, Brown, Catlin, Doherty, DeGraff, Degree Kennedy, Rep. Degree Kennedy,
Excused.
Dixon, Duran, English is excused. Epps, Evans, Frizzell, Representative Frizzell,
Excused.
Froelich, Garcia, Gonzalez Gutierrez is excused. Hamrick, Hartsook, Herod, Rep. Herod,
Excused.
Holtorf, Rep. Judah is excused. Joseph, Kip, Leader, Lindsay, Rep. Lindsay,
Excused.
Linstead, Luck, Representative Luck,
Excused.
Lukens, Lynch, Minority Leader Lynch,
Excused.
Mabry, Marshall, Martinez, Rep. Morrow is excused. McCormick, McLaughlin, Michelson Janae, Ortiz, Parenti, Puglisi, Representative Puglisi,
Excused.
Ricks, Sharbini, Sirota, Representative Sirota,
Excused.
Snyder, Soper, Story, Taggart, Titone, Rep. Titone,
Excused.
Valdez, Velasco, Vigil, Weinberg, Weissman, Wilford, Wilson, Winter, Woodrow, Young, and Madam Speaker.
Here. With 54 present, 11 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I apologize this morning. I'm a little bit tired. I had a dream that I was a car muffler, and now I'm exhausted. So if you never want to hear me tell another dad joke again, vote yes. Madam Speaker, I move that the Journal of Monday, April 3rd, 2023 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. A yes vote ensures no more dad jokes.
Excellent, excellent. Members, you've heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Announcements and introductions. Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a privilege to serve with you.
And a privilege to serve with you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could grip your attention for a moment, I have a couple of guests to introduce. First and foremost, I would like to introduce our Planning Department, our Planning Commission, which is sitting over here from Loveland, as well as our Planning Manager. If you could please stand up and be recognized. If anybody knows anything about your cities, the Planning Commission is the hardest working commission. I sat as the chairman of the Loveland Planning Commission for 2 years myself with my fellow colleagues. I'm grateful they could come down here. It's an honor to have you sitting. The other group I would like to introduce today is the Charter School Coalitions, which is in the room as well. If you could please stand and be recognized. Maybe the weather took them out. My child goes to Loveland Classical, and wanted to give a big shout out to Loveland Classical. Not allowed to say the names, right? And all the Charter School Coalitions and what they do for our state. I'm very, very grateful. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Michelson-Janae.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee, we will not be meeting today, but we will be meeting tomorrow.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I just want to let you all know that the Colorado Statewide Parent Coalition is in the House today, right over there. CSPC has been an organization that has been working diligently for equity in education since 1980. First founded in supporting high-quality education from 0 through 20 for Latino parents, migrant parents, African-American parents, and refugee parents. And we are super excited that they will be here today lobbying all of you on their budget priorities. So please, when you get a card, step out, have a conversation, and then vote yes on their priorities.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to welcome you to the People's House. It's a pleasure to have you, and we look forward to meeting and talking with you. Thank you.
Representative. Okay, seeing no further announcements, we have tributes members. First up, Representative Young.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Shibo, please read the tribute.
The House of Representatives convened in the 74th General Assembly hereby recognizes Direct Care Worker Appreciation Week. In Colorado, more than 70,000 people receive long-term services and supports from direct care workers. Colorado has benefited from the personal commitments made by these exceptional workers, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. In 2022, Colorado made the single largest investment in direct care workers by establishing a base wage of $15 an hour for those taking care of individuals on Medicaid. Of Colorado's direct care workers, 44% are women who identify as people of color, and despite the increase in the base wage, 37% of direct care workers in Colorado are at or below the federal poverty level. The Colorado Direct Care Workforce Collaborative is dedicated to advancing public awareness of the direct care workforce and advocating for improving compensation and benefits, training and career advancement, and publicly recognizing the significant value of the direct care workforce. The Colorado House of Representatives recognizes April 2nd to April 8th, 2023 as Direct Care Worker Appreciation Week on request of Representatives Mary Young and Monica Duran, given this 4th day of April 2023, State Capitol, Denver.
Representative Young.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am honored to sponsor this tribute with the Majority Leader, this tribute for direct care workers. We all want to live as independent a life as possible. For many of our family members and neighbors, the key to their being to stay in their home and their community is a direct care worker. Direct care workers play a vital role in people's lives with varying abilities and older adults. This need continues to grow as we have an increasingly aging population. My sister-in-law, with her significant needs, needing support for daily living and from mobility, survived the pandemic thanks to the dedicated work of her direct care workers. With a growing number of individuals who want to remain in their home, the demand for direct care workers will continue to increase. We are facing a shortage of these critical workers and must continue to strive to be able to provide appropriate compensation and benefits. As was noted, people of color are close to 50% of these workers. This is Direct Care Worker Week. This week, let's bring focus to the essential role of direct care workers in our healthcare continuum. Direct care workers were critical to so many individuals as we fought the pandemic. We need to celebrate the essential work direct care workers provide to our loved ones and our constituents. Thank you to the direct care workers who have joined us this morning. I am so glad that some of them could join us on the floor in the gallery today. Please stand and please join me in acknowledging them for their essential work.
Thank you. Representatives Lindstedt and Catlin, I believe we have another tribute. Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have a tribute and request that it be read at length.
Mr. Schiebel, please read our tribute.
The House of Representatives convened in the 74th General Assembly hereby extends sincere commendations to Colorado's Butterfly Pavilion. This morning, we celebrate Colorado's very own Butterfly Pavilion. Invertebrates make up 97% of all known animal species, but are vastly underrepresented, misunderstood, or underappreciated. Farmlands, wetlands, forests, and deserts all depend on invertebrates to provide the foundation for thriving ecosystems. For 28 years, the Butterfly Pavilion has helped us see invertebrates for who they are. Butterfly Pavilion leads the world in changing the way people understand invertebrates through global research and intimate experiences, through collaboration with Colorado's farmers and business community, and educating Colorado's kids. So the next time you see a butterfly flutter to pollinate a spring bouquet, or beetles burying themselves in the work of delicately decomposing what would otherwise bury us, you too can know the necessity, appreciate the beauty, and celebrate the hidden heroes of the animal kingdom. The members of the Colorado House of Representatives extend commendations and appreciation to Colorado's Butterfly Pavilion on request of Representatives Mark Catlin and William Lindstedt, given this 4th day of April, 2023, State Capitol, Denver.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Thank you. Members, we have a very special guest in the chamber with us this morning, the Butterfly Pavilion Ambassador, Rosie, the Chilean rose-haired tarantula, and her royal handler, Sharan Herskovich, Butterfly Pavilion's entomologist manager. Over 3 million people have had the honor of holding Rosie, who, by the way, is 15 years old. Welcome her to the chamber.
If one can hold Rosie, one can do anything. Rep Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am very, very impressed to serve with you.
Right back at you. Thanks, Rep.
I also want to announce we have the Butterfly Pavilion CEO, Patrick Tennyson, here. We also have their VP of Science and Conservation, Dr. Rich Reading. And we have Alex Parker, their campaign coordinator. So if you could all welcome them to the house here.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You do have a lot more nerve than I thought you did. It's an honor to serve with you.
Thank you.
Members, just to to fill you in a little bit, 1 of every 3 bites of food that we eat are made possible by invertebrates. And it's usually the best bites: chocolate, coffee, peaches, strawberries, and tomatoes. Sunflower and canola plants require pollination for their seeds and oil for cooking. If you want to be surrounded by the big vertebrate animals that we love, birds, bats, fish, and frogs, for example, we've got to have the little invertebrate animals they depend on as their primary food source. For 28 years, the Butterfly Pavilion has helped us see invertebrates for who they are. The Butterfly Pavilion leads the world in changing the way people understand invertebrates. Through global research and intimate experiences, they've changed people's minds. This is the Butterfly Pavilion's job, so the next time you see a butterfly flutter en route to pollinate a spring bouquet, you can know the necessity, appreciate the beauty, and celebrate the hidden heroes of the animal kingdom. I want to leave you with one thing. Exoskeletons are carrying the weight of the world. So when you look at them, think about that. We need them badly.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm thrilled to have the opportunity to acknowledge this incredible organization here today. And I want to make sure you all get the invitation. On April 26th, the Butterfly Pavilion will be here at the Capitol with many of their invertebrates. So come and stop by on the morning of the 26th and meet some of the staff and learn more about their incredible invertebrates. So thank you.
Thank you, members.
Thank
you, Rosie. Announcements? Oh, tribute? Seeing no further announcements. Minority Leader Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've got people delayed by weather, but today's a special day. We have Charter School Advocacy Day today is here in the Capitol, and I'm not sure if anybody already announced that, but we've got a bunch of charter schools that are here today. I'm not sure if we've got those groups. I know they're coming through security, so we've been delaying as much as we can. But this is an organization that combines a couple of different organizations that work to benefit our great charter schools in the state. I'm proud to say that my son goes to one of those, Liberty Common School, and one of the organizations that's part of today had for the first time a bunch of students that were recognized as Charter Academy kids that got an award, 23 of them around the state, for being exceptional. And I'm excited to say that one of those is my son that's somewhere in this building today. But if we could welcome those folks that are here today for Charter School Academy Day, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further announcements or introductions, we are going to stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Education, after consideration on the merits of committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 85 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bills 87 and 94 as amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Committee on Finance, after consideration on the merits of committee recommends the following. House Bill 1020 as amended, 1208, 1228, 1260, and 1265 as amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1217 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on State, Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs, after consideration on the merits of committee recommends the following. House Bill 1238 be postponed indefinitely.
Printing report.
The Chief Clerk reports
The printing report will be buried in the journal. Delivery of bills to the governor.
The Chief Clerk of the
The
House of
delivery of
Representatives.
bills to the governor will be printed in the journal. Message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, the
Message
Senate
from the
has passed.
Senate will be buried in the journal. Message from the reviser.
We herewith transmit
Message from the
without comment.
reviser will be buried in the journal. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the following bills be made special orders at 10:48 a.m. Senate Bill 197, 214, 219, 221, 228, 229, 230, 231, 241, and 216.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be made special orders at 10:47 a.m. Representative Weissman. Members, you have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders. Representative Weissman will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, bills will be read by title unless there's a request for the reading of a bill at length. Committee amendments will not be read as they are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on the iPads, and everyone should have the packet. Thusly, as well, bills will be laid over upon motion of the Majority Leader or Assistant Majority Leader, and the code rule is definitely relaxed. Mr. Schiebel, kindly read the title of Senate Bill 197.
Senate Bill 197 by Senators Moreno and Fenberg, also Representatives Duran and Lynch, concerning the payment of the expenses of the Legislative Department.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move Senate Bill 197.
Properly moved to the bill. Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Chair, this bill makes appropriations for matters related to the legislative departments such as the General Assembly, OLLS, LCS, JBC, and the State Auditor. I ask for an aye vote.
Mr. Minority Leader Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And also with you, sir. Please go ahead.
Reiterating what the Majority Leader said, this makes sure that that this whole operation is able to proceed and run. I will say that the staff that worked on refining this budget, I would like to call out as exceptional. Exceptional at being smart with the way those monies are spent, and as a fiscal conservative, I think this has been gone through and does deserve a yes vote because it's a good piece of legislation, and I urge a yes vote.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 197? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of Senate Bill 197. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it, and 197 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, kindly read the title to Senate Bill 214.
Senate Bill 214 by Senator Zenzinger, also Representative Byrd, concerning the provision for payment of the expenses of the executive, legislative, and judicial departments of the state of Colorado and of its agencies and institutions for and during the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2023, except as otherwise noted.
Thank you. Representative Byrd.
Mr. Chair, I move Senate Bill 214.
There is also an appropriations report.
And the Appropriations Committee report.
Very good. To the committee report, Representative Byrd.
So, Mr. Chair, in the Appropriations Committee, we amended the bill to take off all of the amendments that were added by our good colleagues in the Senate so that we would have the opportunity in this fine chamber to take a first look and evaluate the budget as it passed out of the Joint Budget Committee on its merits. I ask for a yes vote.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 214? Apologies. Is there further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report?
That's it.
Is there further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report?
No. Is there? No. Is there further discussion? Oh, yes. Okay,
Representative
we need the
Byrd.
amendments.
No.
We don't have the amendments.
Representative Bacon.
Thank you. Members, I'd like to amend the Appropriations Committee report, and I have an amendment, and I'd like it to be displayed. So I move Amendment J164. I just said that. But okay. I move, thank you. Okay. Sorry about that, family. Okay, so this amendment just corresponds to something that was also done in the Senate to add a footnote to the Department of Corrections budget that it is our intent that the department use the existing appropriations to pay for any harassment-related settlements. And this is, again, to be sure that we're all lockstep in regards to any harassment claims coming through any department. So again, the amendment here is for footnote language. As you can see, there is not an appropriation associated with it. I urge and I vote.
Thank you. Further discussion, Rep. Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I so appreciate this amendment, but want you to know that I'm going to respectfully ask a no vote on this amendment. The department can already conduct these investigations and can already use the appropriations that they have for harassment-related settlements. We do not need this footnote. I ask for a no vote.
Further discussion to J164. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J164 to Senate Bill 214. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. No. The ayes have it, and J64, amendment number 1 in the packet is passed. All right, we are still to the appropriations report. I see Representative McLaughlin. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move amendment J150 to the committee report, please.
All right, 1 second while we get it up on the screen. All right,
and
J150, amendment number 2 is displayed. Please go ahead.
Thank you for that. Yeah, this is going to be titled the most misunderstood amendment here, so I would just like to take a minute to explain. An amendment came over from the Senate that was going to give money just to one school in Colorado to make up for the money that they needed to spend for to adjust for the tribal mascots that were considered offensive by people. We ran a bill on that, and they wanted their money back for what they had to spend. But that happened with about 15 high schools in Colorado, and we cannot afford to spend that money for all 15 high schools in Colorado, and another 10 or 15 elementary and middle schools as well. So this amendment is not what happened in the Senate. This amendment says that we will take that money and we will pay for no more than half of what those schools spent to get their tribal mascots virtually erased from what they needed to do. The tribes both endorsed this bill. The tribes that are federally recognized tribes endorse this bill, and the governor's office endorses it and supports it. And this way, we are giving money back to the schools that they need. We are not spending a lot of money from our general fund, and we're making the tribes happy. We are not paying everything for the schools because they did have 5 years to figure out what they wanted to spend their money on, and they knew that this was coming. And so we're not going to pay all of the expenses of it, but we are going to kind of give a little bit back to them just so that they know that they did the right thing. I think the best thing that came out of that bill is that we have no more Native American mascots in Colorado. So, and that's what we asked for originally in the bill, and that's what happened.
Thank you. Further discussion, Rep. Holtorf to J150.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have met with Representative McLaughlin and do agree this particular amendment of the 12 school districts that were affected by that legislation. Approximately $30,000 can be available per school district to offset those costs, to reconfigure all the things in the schools for the Indian mascots. So I am in support of this amendment, and the next amendment I will be withdrawing as we discuss what we're doing for Colorado in the amendment cycle for the long bill. I do want to mention one thing that I think the Chamber needs to know, that many of the districts are in eastern Colorado. Two specifically in House District 63, one specifically that was the original request out of the Senate. These particular schools with those Indian mascots want this chamber to know something that may be very grossly misunderstood. That these schools are legacy tribal lands for both the Arikari Indians along the Arikari River in Washington County and on into other counties, which is my home county, and also the Yuma Indian tribe, legacy tribal lands of the Yuma Indians. As we take away and remove these names, which were put there out of respect for these tribes and out of tradition, and in some cases there were letters that were from those tribes that recognized that relationship. So unfortunately, we're going to probably do a better thing under Representative McLaughlin's leadership here and disperse the money across all of the districts versus just one specific district, and that is why I am supporting this amendment, and we're going to be withdrawing. I'll have a motion to withdraw the next amendment.
All right, thank you. Further discussion, Rep. McLaughlin.
I would just say, nonetheless, those mascots were offensive to our tribal members, so I'm glad they're gone. Thank you.
All right, further discussion, Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. There are other mechanisms by which schools could apply for capital funds through the BEST program, and this is not the appropriate way to address capital projects.
All right, Rep. Velasco is next.
I want to ask our members to vote no on this amendment. We are thankful to the schools who have complied and who are following the law, and we just want schools to be able to follow the rules and do what's right for our tribal communities.
All right, further discussion on J150. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J150 to Senate Bill 214. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes narrowly have it. The amendment is passed. Mr. Shebel, kindly read. Sorry, you don't need to read it. We are to the Appropriations Committee report. Members, please keep an eye on your packets. We are generally going in amendment number. Kindly be ready in the well. Rep. Holtorf, you had commented on this. How would you like to proceed to Amendment 3?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move Amendment L03. Have it displayed. What? Oh, thank you. Amendment 129. Thank you.
Thank you. J29 has been moved. It's on the screen. Go ahead, Representative.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. And to the colleagues, this was the the amendment that came out of the Senate. This was directed at the Yuma County and the Yuma School District for those costs that they had to cover to do the reconfiguration of all the things in the school. So at this time, I'd like to move to withdraw Amendment J129 to Senate Bill 214.
All right, thank you. At the request of the sponsor, J129 is withdrawn. Back to the Appropriations Committee report. Representative Michelson-Janae. Representative, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment J152 and ask that it be displayed.
It is displayed and in focus. Please go ahead.
J152 came out of the Senate and is a very important amendment which adds general fund for behavioral health care matching grant programs in our schools and for the school counselor corps program. It is desperately needed. We ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Further discussion? Rep. Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I'm going to respectfully request a no vote. I just want you to know that throughout your budget, there is substantial investment that has already been made in behavioral and mental health, particularly through the work that's being done through the Behavioral Health Administration. We've spent close to $250 million on behavioral and mental health through that program. Also, the money that would be used to appropriate for this spending request is one-time dollars, and the one-time money is being requested to fund what ostensibly are ongoing programs. So that is a misalignment of a funding source and funding type with an ultimate use. You cannot fund ongoing programs with one-time dollars. The other point I'd like to make is the second half of part of $4 million of this amendment is being funded through school-based counselors, which actually don't provide behavioral or mental health counseling. They provide career counseling. So I, again, would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
All right, thank you. Further discussion on J152. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J152. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it. J152 is passed. All right, we are still on the committee report. Representative Ortiz, what's next?
I move Amendment J130.
All right, it is displayed. Please go ahead to the amendment.
Okay, folks, what we're doing here, coming out of COVID, one of the unsung heroes was definitely the durable medical equipment providers. And not only were they providing oxygen and other durable medical equipment extra because of COVID, but they were still providing wheelchairs, they were still providing prosthetics, canes, and devices like that, all the while inflation was happening. So what this is going to do is make sure that we increase the reimbursement rate of about 6% with a 2% increase across the board. And this is making sure that those frontline providers of the durable medical equipment that so many of us depend on get reimbursed at the rate that they deserved. I'm proud to be joined by my co-prime here.
Rep. Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm proud to join Representative Ortiz on this amendment. It just so happens that great minds think alike because we had the exact same amendment drafted word for word. But this is really good, for making sure that the medical service premiums are actually paid, on time, not 10 months, and that we're actually paying the increase that is needed here. So I'd ask for a yes vote.
All right, thank you. Further discussion on J130. Rep. Serota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. So a portion of durable medical equipment rates are subject to federal upper payment limits that basically says we can't pay more than the equivalent Medicare rate for these services. In fiscal year 19, Colorado had to reduce a number of DME rates to comply with the federal rule, and it significantly decreased DME provider rates. But the remainder of these rates are subject to review by the MPRAC. And in last fiscal year, the MPRAC recommended rebalancing the rates within 80 to 100% of the benchmark. The JBC and General Assembly approved just the increases with no decreases in rates, but implementing the policy has taken longer than expected, primarily because there are different DME rates for rural and urban providers. So when the department made the technology changes, some of the rates were paid at the correct rate, some were paid at the old rate, and providers have said that some rates were not paid. The department is continuing to work on the issue and expects to implement a needed technology fix on Friday to allow the rates to be paid at the correct amounts. And once the change is implemented, the vendor will start reprocessing payments since the date the policy change was supposed to take effect and start making back payments to providers. So they expect that vendors will receive back payments they are owed over the next couple weeks. And so we will ask for a no vote on this particular amendment as we expect it to be worked out.
All right, thank you. Further discussion on J130? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J130 to Senate Bill 214. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it, and J130 is passed. All right, we are still on the appropriations report. Next in order is amendment number 6, J85. Rep. Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I withdraw Amendment 6.
All right, thank you. Amendment 6, J85 has been withdrawn. That brings us to Amendment 7, J123. Representative Joseph and Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Amendment J123 to the House Appropriations Committee report.
All right, thank you. One sec while we get it displayed.
And ask that it be displayed.
Okay, go ahead to J123.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The purpose of this amendment is to restore Senate Amendment number 20, which was J31, which adds $1 million to the general fund for the Tony Gramsci program and the Department of Human Services. Shortly, just to put it, is this actually to fund the Boys and Girls Club. And I just want to talk a little bit about the importance of it, and then I'll pass it on to my co-prime. This 7.7 million kids and teens are alone and unsupervised after school, while nearly 25 million don't have access to after-school programs. And Boys and Girls Clubs provide a safe place to play, grow, and learn while empowering youth to excel in school, becoming good citizens and lead healthy and productive lives. Kids and teens who attend Boys and Girl Clubs perform better academically and are more likely to avoid risky behaviors and attend school consistently. So I request an aye vote for this particular amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Rep. Martinez, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as a product of the Boys and Girls Club myself and seeing others that are like me, I think this is a good amendment. The Boys and Girls Clubs offer very beneficial services to the underserved youth. So good amendment, vote yes.
Thank you. Rep. Joseph, go ahead.
And we all love children.
Oh, almost a low blow, Representative. Rep. Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I think the Tony Gramsci program is incredible, and please vote no.
Rep. Martinez.
We all love children, so vote yes.
All right. Is there anyone who doesn't love children or otherwise wants to speak on J123? Seeing no further discussion, the question is the adoption of J123 to Senate Bill 214. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it, and J123 is passed. All right, next amendment, Amendment 8, Representative Wilford and also Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment J086 to the committee report.
Properly moved, and it's getting displayed. Members, just a reminder, the proper motion is going to be the J number that's in the top left part. Because today is an unusual day, we're adding the sequential number in the top right. You might hear that referred to, but the proper motion is going to be for the J number. With that, Rep. Wilford, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. With this amendment, the state can sustain our robust SNAP outreach and navigation program that's vital to helping vulnerable families obtain and maximize their SNAP benefits. As you all know, inflation makes it hard to put food on the table, but this program and the dedicated funding will support the services and hope to alleviate this challenge.
Rep. Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This program is very important to 50 communities across the state where we have different demographic groups, whether they be older adults, whether they be people with disabilities, whether they be immigrant families, or in my case, rural communities. And for differing reasons, it's difficult for them to navigate the SNAP program. And this, in a one-time situation, helps those individuals a great deal maximize the food that they so desperately need.
Rep. Wilford.
Well, we know that one of our friends from JBC is on their way up here to tell you to vote no. We're going to strongly encourage you to vote yes.
Said friend approaches. Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I greatly appreciate the sentiment with this amendment. I will have to ask for a no vote. Just mere weeks ago, during the supplemental process, we allocated $14 million toward food pantries and food banks to address this SNAP benefit cliff, and the department did not request these additional funds through the budget process, and feel that they have sufficient dollars to do this outreach already. So we ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Further discussion on J086. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J86 to Senate Bill 214. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it. J86 is passed. Next amendment is number 9, Representative Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment J096, which is also Amendment 9, and ask it be displayed.
All right, J96 is on the screen. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what this does is spends the whopping amount of $11,727 for the Civil Air Patrol. Civil Air Patrol receives a lot of their funding from the feds, but this helps them on the state side. They have a lot of different programs and things that they do, a lot of value added. They contribute over $7 million worth of volunteer hours. And so what this would do is this would just help them be able to perform all of the missions that they currently perform, which is search and rescues, training, a whole variety of things. So $11,000 and change. Many of them are under 18, so this one can also be for the children.
Representative Michelson-Janae for the children.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to talk on this amendment because I think this is a really important amendment. The Civil Air Patrol asks for very little from us. And they are continuing to teach our kids how to fly, filling our pilot pipeline, filling our Air Force pipeline. It's an amazing program. Please vote yes.
Thank you. Further discussion, Rep. Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the members of the chamber need to understand how important the Civil Air Patrol is. You see, the future fighter pilots that will man the airships of tomorrow are in the Civil Air Patrol. The future rotor heads that will do the search and rescue missions and the medevac missions of those soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines that become casualties in combat are born in the Civil Air Patrol. The future airline pilots who will make part of our transportation system, one of the greatest in the world, oh, by the way, will be the ones that transport you and your loved ones to Thanksgiving or to your vacations destinations.
That is how important the Civil Air Patrol is. It all begins with the Civil Air Patrol. Oh, I know, ma'am. But I want everyone to understand how important it is. Just a mere $11,000. Think about that. That's like $3 a day. For that, we can provide this for Colorado, the home of the Air Force Academy and the home of aeronautics and aviation and aerospace to the whole country. Thank you.
Further discussion, Rep. Byrd.
So, members, before I request your no vote, I am also going to just request that we keep the podium at this level today, out of respect for two of the bill sponsors here. I know Representative Bachenfeld, he can handle this being up higher, but just a request to honor the shorter stature today. With that being said, we also love the Civil Air Patrol, and am wondering how many of you have your Civil Air Patrol cards? Oh, yes. Oh, so I see how this is. All right, well, vote no anyway. Thank you so much.
Further discussion on J96. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J96. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it, and J96 passes. Next amendment is number 10 in the packet. Rep. Lukens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I withdraw Amendment J81.
All right, at the request of the sponsor, J81 is withdrawn, bringing us to number 11 in the packet. Rep. Michelson-Janae.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment J88 and ask that it be displayed.
All right, 1 second. J88 is displayed and in focus. Please go ahead.
We are asking for funding for an incredibly important program that helps kids on the playground. This might sound silly to you, but playground time is some of the roughest times for kids, for being bullied, and for being left out of the crowd. This program that we're trying to bring together increases attendance, emotional and physical safety, positive peer and adult interactions, academic engagement, teaching time to 18 hours average per classroom per school year. So that's 18 hours back in the school year. And it promotes vigorous activity. What it decreases student chronic absenteeism, it decreases physical and verbal conflicts, it decreases discipline incidents, and it decreases bullying. This program is a game changer for our schools. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Further discussion on J88. Rep. Bachenfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a new program. It would be better served for this program to be run as a new bill. I ask for a no vote.
Further discussion on J88. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J88, the Senate Bill 214. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it. J88 is passed. All right, next amendment, number 12, Representative Hamrick. And Representative Winter and Representative Michelson-Janae. Rep. Hamrick, go ahead.
And Holtorf. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment J103, and I ask that it be displayed.
All right, 103 is displayed. Please go ahead. Rep. Hamrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mental Health First Aid is a national public education program that introduces participants to risk factors and warning signs of mental health and substance use conditions. It has been proven to increase participants' understanding of early interventions and familiarity with common supports. People trained in this, they train adolescents 12 to 18 who are experiencing a mental health or substance use challenge or are in crisis. And so we're asking for $75,000 to train 16 teen mental health first aid instructors and 2,740 students in this process, and it has come out of the Senate with Mullica and Pelton in support.
Rep. Michelson-Janae.
I just wanted to add that this is a program that was tested here in Colorado first. It is a great program for peer support, and we know that peer support is some of the most effective support for our kids. So I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion, Rep. Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
as we address this mental health issue, I'm hoping we can get some of this stuff done for our rural counties. We lack in services, and I think that this is one way we can kind of curtail that problem. So I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Rep. Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of the amendment that is brought forth here, J103. I also stand in solidarity with the chairwoman of our Public Health, Behavioral Health, and Human Services Committee. I will tell you that we, in committee, struggle as we hear testimony about the many behavioral and mental health challenges in Colorado. We cannot overinvest in this problem. And my esteemed colleague to my left has pointed out how oftentimes peers can be the first to reach out to those that are troubled. Their peers, they can hug them, they can give them affection and love, they can be positive mentors. And with these skills that this program provides, they now, if you think about first aid training, it's life-saving. For those of you that have done it, for those of you that had the privilege of saving a life using your first aid training skills, which I have done, I have seen it. With respect to mental health, the same outcome is available. So I think this is a small ask. If I had my way, I'd put a couple zeros behind this. But it's not my amendment. So thank you, and I stand in strong solidarity.
Further discussion, Rep. Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too am in favor of this amendment. $500,000 is not much when you spread this across every school district in the state. But again, this is a growing problem with our teenage population, and let's put skids on this and get it stopped and turn life around for the positive. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Further discussion, Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, not surprisingly, I'm going to ask for a no vote on this amendment. Though the substance I greatly appreciate, we already fund grants applicable to suicide prevention, and in fact, we'll be considering a bill later today consolidating around the new Office of School Safety, and there are new grant funds that are embedded in that bill, and so I think that office would probably be the more appropriate place to continue to draw on those grant funds.
All right, thank you. Further discussion on J103. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J103 to Senate Bill 214. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it, and J103 is passed. Next amendment is number 13, Minority Leader Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move Amendment J109 to Senate Bill 214.
All right, one sec. J109 is now displayed. Please go ahead. Rep. Lynch, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a program that's actually been around since 2018. They didn't give a lot of funding to it because they wanted to check out its validity and how it was working out. It looks like that program is shown to have some really good effect and really good impact on crime victims in the state. Now that we've, keep in mind that's 2018 and now it's 2023, we've had a number of years to assess its viability. We've determined that it is viable, and now we would like to get some real funding behind it, and we request a $5 million appropriation for the Community Crime Victims Grant Program.
Thank you. Rep. Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Absolutely support this amendment. It restores the Senate amendment where this conversation happened. They agreed that this money should be appropriated, and I think it's a good one to move forward for all of our communities and has a positive statewide effect. Thank you.
Rep. Mabry.
Thank you, Chair Weissman. Members, I also rise in support of this amendment. This program is supported by criminal justice reform organizations across the state. One thing that I particularly like about it is the program is focused on expanding culturally responsive, gender-specific, trauma-informed care to historically underserved victims. One of the programs has a great foothold in the Latino community in my district in West Denver, and I am a strong supporter of this amendment, so please vote yes.
Thank you. Further discussion on J109. Rep. Holtorf. Rep. Holtorf, don't get cross with the Budget Committee. Please go ahead to 109.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was dealing with some issues here at the dais, but I think I can correct them before I leave. I do want to talk about this amendment, and I am in support of this amendment, ladies and gentlemen. I will tell you, when a crime is committed in our community, there are victims. There are criminals who commit the crime. And there's the old saying where I'm from, if you're going to do the crime, you need to do the time. Be ready to do the time if you're going to do the crime. Now, when a criminal commits a crime, then there is a victim. So, this particular amendment, J109, puts $5 million into these victims grant programs. And as we know, crime is going up in this state in so many categories. As the justice system steps down criminal charges, as district attorneys do not prosecute crimes because of the number of crimes, as crime goes up and the capacity.
Rep. Holtorf,
yes.
We're talking about a kind of a specific provision here to just allow funding, and I understand that all members need to say a little bit as far as establishing the why for a yes or no position on an amendment, but I am going to ask you to keep it to the question of funding for this particular program, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your leadership. We need to invest as much as possible in those victims that are the recipients of criminal behavior and criminal activity. This amendment puts $5 million towards CDPHE and that Victims Grant Program. So victims can get relief in a state where relief might be shortcoming. So I'm in full support of this as Colorado experiences the second, third, and fourth order effects of rising crime for those victims. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there further discussion on J109? Rep. Byrd.
Members, I just appreciate the comments raised by the sponsors of this amendment and agree we need to take care of people who have been victims of crimes. I do, however, want to call your attention to the 2022 DORA Sunset Report for the Crime Victim Services Fund, which noted that CDPHE, which administers this fund, has also been able to leverage broader resources and support from other violence and injury prevention programs, including technical assistance and grant funds, to extend the work of the program. Therefore, members, I would just ask for a no vote on this budget amendment and appreciate the sponsors for working through this and bringing it forward.
Thank you. Further discussion on J109. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J109 to Senate Bill 214. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. No. Ayes have it, and J109 is passed. Next amendment is number 14, Representatives Evans and Armagost.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Chair.
Lindsay.
I move Amendment J087 to Senate Bill 214 and ask it be displayed.
J87 is displayed. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So this appropriates $30 million to the Department of Public Safety for the Colorado Crime Victim Services Fund. So what the Crime Victim Services Fund does is it basically funds a ton of other programs statewide. It funds Crime Victim Services Fund, it funds Victims of Crime Act, the Violence Against Women Act, Sexual Assault Services Program, the State Victim Assistance in Law Enforcement, so that's your state VAIL funds, and then it also does your local victim assistance in law enforcement, that's your local VAIL funds. This goes to district attorneys. It really goes all across the state at all different levels to ensure that victims of crime have the resources and the connections that they need to be able to recover from something that happened to them. For my district personally, I know this is something near and dear. This is something that impacted 5 of my 9 municipalities last fall. This funding source, the funding sources that they were relying on dried up with about 90 days notice. And so in the fall, all of a sudden, 5 of my municipalities were running around trying to find new funding streams, new ways to be able to provide these statutorily and constitutionally mandated programs. And so something like this is going to be critical to ensure that those programs continue to be funded. And so I would ask for your aye votes.
Rep. Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To provide a little more detail to Representative Evans' remarks, these programs include things like shelter and civil legal advocacy for victims of domestic violence, stalking, and sexual violence, counseling for victims of crime and surviving family members, forensic interviews for child victims of sexual abuse, on-scene crisis response from law enforcement-based victim advocates, and support through the prosecution process by victims and witness support staff and community-based advocates. We have an unmet need in this state, in this area, and we have a funding gap that we need to address here in the state. Additional funds in this space can not only make people safe, but they can literally save lives. So I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on J87. Rep. Holtorf.
I think I broke it, Mr. Chair, so I won't move it again. Or maybe I pushed the button the wrong way, but I'll lean forward. I get very emotional about this. I have a good friend of mine whose wife is a victim's advocate in my home county, and she's the one that has to go to every location to do this advocacy work. And they are grossly underfunded. Yes, even in Washington County, we have a lot of challenges with crime, not as much as in the urban epicenters. So this work is important. The $30 million, I think, is very appropriate. You know, when we have a state where crime is on the rise, for many reasons, some of them of our own making. The justice system is handling criminal activity in a very interesting way that increases crime rates, unfortunately. That's why our crime rates are so high. And so these victims need support, and the victims' advocates need support. So absolutely $30 million is appropriate. As we continue to have more victims in this state to increase criminal activity that oftentimes has failed to be prosecuted.
Further discussion, Rep. Froelich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. It has been my honor and privilege to work on with a couple different victims advocacy organizations, and the need is tremendous. This is actually a modest proposal, and I urge an aye vote.
Further discussion, Representative DeGraff.
Strangely, thank you, Mr. Chair. Strangely, I find myself in agreement with both of my previous colleagues. I think this is just a drop in the bucket for what we need as we create more victims by disarming our law-abiding citizens. So, vote yes.
Further discussion on J87, Rep. Bockenfeld. Rep. Bockenfeld, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Department of Public Safety has already appropriated $11.5 million for this program, for fiscal year 23-24. That starts in July. I asked for a no vote. Let's work through the $11.5 million and reevaluate this amendment next year.
Further discussion, Rep. Holtorf.
I appreciate my colleague from Watkins, my good friend, letting us know that $11 million has been allocated. But ladies and gentlemen, the crime rate in Colorado is not slowing down. Criminal activity is not slowing down. Our prosecution rates are not slowing down. Actually, they are slowing down. Some of them are near stop. So what happens when criminals see this and say, oh yeah, it's easy to commit crimes and you don't even get charged? They are emboldened. So what's going to happen, Mr. Chair, is that more victims are going to be created in the next fiscal year, and that 11 million isn't going to be enough. Straight up. And that's why I think 30 million is a much better number. Because this runaway train isn't slowing down, Mr. Chair, until we change the way we look at criminal activity and hold people responsible for their actions. But we don't want to do that, Mr. Chair. So absolutely, we need this money. I'm in strong favor of this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there further discussion on J87? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J87 as Senate Bill 214. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Ayes have it. J87 is passed. Next is amendment number 15. Representative Riggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move I'll move J118 and ask that it be displayed.
All right, 118 is on the screen. Please go ahead.
So this amendment asks for $20,000 to be used for an actuarial study for to use services or to add services into private and public insurance plans for doulas. And a doula is a trained medical professional that helps people with health-related issues in childbirth, for miscarriages, for stillbirths, and they also do emotional support and physical support. And I ask for your vote on this because there's a high maternal mortality rate when it comes to certain communities of colors, mainly Black women. And this would really help to get this skilled professional within our insurance plan. So I ask for your aye vote today.
Thank you. Further discussion on J118? Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. I love doulas. I had a doula for both of the births of my children, and I could not say enough amazing things about her. However, I would like to point out that in the 22 session, we passed Senate Bill 22-40, which allocated funding to the Department of Insurance, the Division of Insurance Cash Fund, in order for the Division of Insurance to create an actuarial review process for proposed legislation that impacts health benefits coverage. This bill that we are debating includes $278,219 for actuarial reviews for proposed legislation, and the final fiscal note for Senate Bill 40 from last year listed $283,577 in cash funds and ongoing costs. So the appropriation for this year is on top of what they got last year, and the division says that they have only completed one actuarial review for the current legislative session. So there ought to be funding still within this division to complete this process for a study for benefit in private insurance, and also within this budget, we have granted funding to HCPF in order to implement a new doula benefit in Medicaid. So I ask for your no vote.
Further discussion on J118? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J118 to Senate Bill 214. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Ayes have it. J118 is passed. Next is number 16, Representative Lukens and Rep. Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment J136.
136 is displayed. Please go ahead.
So this amendment would add money to the Colorado Wildlife Safe Passages Fund. In Colorado, nearly 4,000 wildlife vehicle collisions are reported each year, and that it's estimated that a more accurate figure is more around 14,000. Given the number of unrecorded collisions, these have tragic consequences, including hundreds of human injuries and some fatalities.
Rep. Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This will help us leverage some of the federal money that we have as well. We know that wildlife crossings are an issue throughout all of Colorado. It affects the I-25 corridor that I drive every morning, but it also affects the Western Slope, which is why you see a rural legislator and an urban legislator together to really talk about the statewide impacts. This has to do with public safety and our transportation system, and something we should be funding in a better way to leverage federal funds so that we have more money coming to the state. So we ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion, Rep. Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, my notes. I've been looking for my notes. I completely appreciate this program and support it, although I want you to know we already have funding appropriated for this purpose, so I'm going to respectfully ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Rep. Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want the JBC sponsors to know that the wildlife population in Colorado is growing. We have more antelope, we have more deer, we have more elk. We have more four-legged friends across Colorado because of for many reasons. But when one of those enters a roadway or a freeway, it can be catastrophic for those on the highway or roadway. If you have a collision with a deer or an antelope, it could be fatal. This is a public safety issue for the citizens of Colorado. We need more crossings. We need more fencing. And these crossings are very unique because what happens is you can get out of the freeway lane if you're a wildlife, but you can't get back in. It gives them a chance. We need to invest in this. This $1 million is a small ask. If you just think about an accident, one vehicle accident for a vehicle that's $20,000, $30,000, $60,000 for the vehicle, and then the precious life in the vehicle, which could be your mother, your daughter, your son, your spouse, your significant other, or maybe family members that are injured or killed in that catastrophic collision because that animal is scared and can't find a way out. So absolutely, colleagues, we need to vote on this. I feel we're on a roll, a good trend that is sending messages to the JBC where we are short on investment. And that is the role of the legislature. We have the power of the purse. We're supposed to have the power of the purse, and we're supposed to make these decisions right here. And that responsibility and that power should not be abridged by anybody in any other branch of government. So this body, through these amendments and this specific amendment, is saying we need a greater investment. And we absolutely need to vote yes on this amendment and many others that redirect the funds in these budgets. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will be a yes.
Is there further discussion on J136? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J136. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. No. Ayes have it. J136 is passed. Next up, number 17, Rep. Hamrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment J106 and ask that it be displayed.
106 is displayed. Please go ahead.
Okay.
Rep. Hamrick.
Thank you. You all have Para's distribution chart and financial benefit for each House district, so you see the strong financial support that Para gives to our state. Just to give you a history lesson, in 2018, the legislature passed Senate Bill 18-200, which put Para on a path to full funding and required increased contributions from public employees and their employers, plus reductions in the cost of living for retirees. It also required the state to make an annual direct contribution of $225 million to make up for years of underfunding the system. However, because of the auto-adjust features from Senate Bill 18-200, when one area of the system fails to meet its obligations or projections are not met, public employees, employers, and retirees bear the burden by seeing their contributions increase or COLAs decrease. In 2020, during the middle of the pandemic, the state cut its required $225 million contribution to Para, even when it restored funding for many other areas of the budget. It did not restore the funding for Para. Last year, we were able to get a large amount of that payment restored. This budget amendment gets us the rest of the way there. Every extra penny we add now has a strong multiplier effect that saves more down the road. Once Para is 120% funded, the added increases for employers and employees will reduce, and COLAs for retirees will increase. The state is also an employer, so efforts to reach full funding faster means that the state will save us money in the long run. This amendment passed in the Senate, and I ask for an aye vote here.
Rep. Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also rise in support of this amendment, and I think we all should, given that we all have a great number of retirees, of which a good population are teachers that have retired across the state and have given so much. Those folks have not enjoyed a cost of living increase in these last 3 or 4 years that is anywhere near close to our cost of living increase. And in addition to that, our employers, including one of mine, which is a university, has had to put more money into this program. We need to make up this $30 million on behalf of our retirees and allow that money to build for future retirements as well. Thank you.
Further discussion on J106, Rep. Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The principal amount that was not paid in 2018 has been repaid to Para. The amount that we're dealing with here is the amount that if they would have had that money in a timely manner and had been able to invest it, they would have gotten that kind of return that we feel strongly also needs to be repaid. However, a couple of my colleagues here in the legislature are running a bill to do just exactly that and to accomplish what this amendment's trying to accomplish. So I would ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Further discussion on J106. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J106. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed say no. All right, the noes have it, and J106 fails. All right, next amendment is, all right, before we get there, there are no more amendments to the Appropriations Committee report, so now the question is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. Any further discussion, Rep. Byrd?
Please vote yes.
All right, further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of the Appropriations report. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The Approps report is passed. To the bill now, Representative Byrd.
So, members, now we are to the bill. We've just finished our discussion of the appropriations report. We are so pleased to introduce the 2023-24 long bill for your consideration. The bill we are considering today is the result of a months-long bipartisan collaboration. For the last 4 months, your Joint Budget Committee has worked closely together to craft a thoughtful plan, a plan that invests in the diverse needs of our people and one that honors the great responsibilities of our state government. Senate Bill 214 is the culmination of at least 4 months of JBC staff briefings, department presentations, meetings with committees of reference, a hearing to obtain public testimony and input, and finally, consideration of economic and revenue forecasts. As the basis for our budget this year, the Joint Budget Committee adopted the assumptions included in the economic and revenue forecast prepared by the Office of State Planning and Budgeting. Based upon this forecast, we crafted Senate Bill 214, the budget you have before you today. Overall, the long bill and the legislative appropriation bill increased total general fund appropriations by $1.2 billion for fiscal year 23-24. More than 2/3 of this increase goes to the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing, including $442 million general fund that are related to the expiration of the enhanced federal Medicaid match rates that were made available to states through federal legislation starting in 2020. The remaining $396 million for HCPF primarily covers projected Medicaid enrollment, expenditure changes, and provider rate increases. This budget transfers a total of $294 million general fund for capital construction and information technology projects that are included in the 2023 long bill. General fund appropriations for higher education increased by $137 million, or 10.1%. The general fund appropriations in the long bill for K-12 education remain relatively flat. I will note, however, in our budget, before the School Finance Act is passed, funding increases by over $900 per pupil, and nearly $100 million in additional funding is set aside for various educational priorities. The proposal sets aside a total of $469 million general fund for legislation that has one-time impact. Importantly, the budget proposal continues to maintain reserves that have improved our state's financial position and provide necessary funding for the next economic downturn and any disaster emergencies that we might face. Specifically, our budget maintains a $2.3 billion general fund reserve and designates $543 million in cash assets for constitutionally required state emergency reserves. And in addition, we maintain $111 million general fund in the Controlled Maintenance Trust Fund to ensure that our state is able to maintain facilities during the next economic downturn. Importantly, Senate Bill 214 addresses critical workforce needs. Over the years, compensation for our state employees has failed to keep pace with record inflation and an increasingly competitive labor market, making it much harder for our state to attract and retain the workforce that Colorado citizens depend upon to carry out the business of state government. In this budget, we have made important strides to not only pay state employees fairly, but to make sure that we are on a path to retain these critical workers and let them know that the state of Colorado values them. Members, we're very proud of the budget that we are presenting to you today, and we ask for your yes vote in support of Senate Bill 214.
Thank you. Further discussion on Senate Bill 214. Rep. Bacon.
Thank you, and thank you to the sponsors. Your work is truly God's work. Thank you for all the time that you have committed. However, I will bring an amendment to start us off. So I move J141 and ask that it be displayed.
All right, 141 is displayed. Please go ahead.
Thank you, members. So this amendment is to the Department of Corrections to decrease their funding by about $7.3 million in regards to the request for an increase in number of prison beds. As we've had this conversation since supplementals, if you recall, just a month ago, we approved an additional 400 beds. Also, we know that they're still having an incredibly high vacancy rate. So when we think about prison management, when we think about what DOC is able to manage, given that they do have a shortage in staff, we're also then questioning why they're asking for increased beds. Furthermore, there is a way to decrease the number of folks in DOC pursuant to other laws that we have passed, including compassionate release, which means people who are around the age of 55 to 65 and who have served 20 to 25 years of their time should be put up by DOC to be released. However, in the last couple of years, it's only been, I think, around 10 to 12 people. And so we need DOC to manage better and to be able to engage in prison management. For what it's worth, let's just be very clear of what this amendment is not doing. It is not taking away from the money in regards to increasing their salaries. It is not taking away in regards to the housing stipends, because it is very important that the people who are in corrections are able to do that job safely. However, they have already made the argument that they are overextended, and we don't want to be able to encourage that increase of the overextension. So this is particularly, again, since we just approved an additional 400 beds last month, there are a couple hundred people who are eligible for compassionate care, and we need to move people to community corrections. Finally, again, there are differences between staff on the DOC side and our legislative staff on the actual number of people in our prison populations. And until we can be on the same page of that number, we shouldn't be, funding beds when we're just not sure of where our numbers are at. So members, I urge an aye vote. Thank you for listening.
All right, Rep. Mabry.
Thank you, Chair Wiseman. I would like to echo my colleague from Northeast Denver and ask for an aye vote on this amendment. I'm pretty passionate about this. I think that there are better ways to use these resources. Also, we'll just echo the comments of the sponsor of this amendment in talking about compassionate release. I do not think that we should be doubling down on putting more and more people in the prison system. I think that we could spend this money focused on tools that we know will prevent people from ever ending up in incarceration. And I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Further discussion on J141. Rep. Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, esteemed colleagues. I'm a strong no vote on this amendment. Allow me to explain why. Last summer, when I was out and about going through the district, talking to people, as we all did, talking to thousands and thousands of people across my House district, one of the biggest complaints I heard from House District 63, folks from the Department of Corrections who are employed by the Department of Corrections, were how that department was underinvested, understaffed, mismanaged, how, in this case, the tools that they had to use were being taken away from them to control and manage the incarcerated persons. And I can't believe that anyone would want to take money away from DOC. DOC has been to the state capitol. They have asked, the department has asked for plus-ups because of the shortages and shortfalls. Oh, by the way, just like in teachers, in our school districts, DOC personnel are underpaid. For what they have to do and what they have to endure, they are underpaid, understaffed, and the backdoor loss, ladies and gentlemen, is enormous. The people in DOC are not happy with their climate and their culture. And this amendment here, Mr. Chair, is asking to take money away from DOC. Now, it says related to additional 740 prison beds. I understand that. And it takes away 9 FTE. At a time when DOC is asking to increase their funding and increase their capacity so they can do a better job in corrections, we are trying to choke them out and take money away from them. Now, at some point in time, Mr. Chair, as crime rises and there's more victims, there's going to be a point that we're going to realize that we're going to have to get tough on crime again. And Mr. Chair, this is why this is important. When we do come to that realization, and the Justice Department realizes that, yeah, criminals need to be held accountable for their crimes against those victims that are out there that we just tried to put money in, and we did, through our amendments, put more money in victims advocacy, that we absolutely do not need to be taking away money from the DOC. So I'm strongly opposed to this and any other type of amendment that hurts the DOC. We just got a new director because the ship was sinking in DOC. Now they're trying to turn that around. And the new director, this new director of DOC now, we're going to tell him we're going to take money away from him? At the start of his tenure, in the first couple, 2 or 3 months? And he's got to deal with that. And when they've asked for expansion and more capacity, we're saying, oh no, we're not going to give you that. We're going to choke you out. We're going to reduce and try to restrict your capacity for dealing in corrections. So, absolutely, Mr. Chair, I'm a strong no on this. And I really can't say much more to the fact that we've been going the wrong direction in this state. And a yes vote would continue that journey in the wrong direction. A no vote would support DOC in your community. But many of you don't have it, so you don't know about this problem. And I'm sure there'll be people that'll come up and speak that don't have DOC in their districts. And that's okay, but they need to listen to the people that do have DOC in their districts, because this is a real problem, and they need more funding and more capacity. Thank you.
All right, so Rep. Sirota and then Rep. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. We will continue to receive inmates into our facilities, and we have to have a place for them to be housed. It is our statutory duty to uphold public safety by housing those who become incarcerated to our supervision. The beds that we are providing for in the long bill reflect the nonpartisan JBC staff recommendation based on population forecasts from 2 independent agencies which were aligned. These are the beds that we need to house the rise in population as projected by independent sources. They're not beds being requested to simply expand the size of our state prison system. If we refuse to bring inmates into our facilities, the ripple effect will cause county jails to become overcrowded. The additional bed space is the safest way to manage the population, especially with low staffing. The alternative is to not fund the cell and instead place sled beds into existing cells. The cells are not designed for triple occupancy, and it is safer to house inmates in cells that are appropriately configured for the number of individuals in them, so that if staffing shortages require that more time be spent in the cell, that inmates aren't being placed in highly undesirable living conditions. When you couple the triple occupancy with other consequences of low staffing, it creates an environment where individuals might spend long hours in very small places with too many occupants, not enough chairs, not enough desks, no floor space when the sled bed is pulled out. And in these conditions, people can become angry, and that anger can boil over into violence. And in order to prevent that, we ask for a no vote on this amendment.
All right, Representative Garcia was next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I rise in support of this amendment. A no vote on this amendment is putting the cart before the horse. We don't have enough staff at DOC, and we're saying let's already throw more beds. Let's already assume that instead of working on programs that are supposed to prevent crime, that all we're going to be doing is putting folks out on the streets, trying to figure out how do we arrest folks to fill these beds. Voting no on this amendment, or voting yes, I hope you all vote no, but I do want to just address some of the comments made by a representative that DOC is in fact in every single one of our districts. Whether or not we have an actual place where we're detaining folks and keeping people incarcerated, DOC is impacting every single one of our districts. Every single one of us has people who are being held in DOC. We cannot continue to expand and create more space to keep people in cages if we're not already or at the same time addressing the root causes of crime. We cannot create more beds if we don't have staff to operate them. I strongly urge a no vote. I mean, wait, I just pulled one of you. I strongly urge a yes vote.
All right, I saw Representative Velasco next.
I urge, thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and I urge a yes vote for this amendment, and just echo all the comments from Rep. Lorena Garcia about making sure that we are supporting and hiring more people for all our vacancies, and that this money is used for something else. Thank you.
Rep. Amabile.
All you tall people really throwing me off my game. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm up here not to encourage you to vote yes or to vote no, but to really think about why DOC is in so much trouble and what can we do in this body to make sure that we don't continue to fill this pipeline of people who are going to prison, because it's very expensive and it doesn't help them and they don't get better and they still get released and it doesn't make our communities safer. So I think we really need to think about how do we work collectively to make sure that we address the social determinants of crime so that we get people into health care before they commit crime, so that after they've committed a crime, we provide the kind of health, mental health, and other health supports that people need, and so that we do the best job we can do of helping DOC by not sending so many people to DOC. And I hope you'll all give that some thought. And one of the really big drivers of entrance into DOC is untreated mental health disease. And so I would like to see us really put more resources into that, because people go to DOC and they don't get help. They get worse. And right now, DOC has no money to provide any kind of care. And the people who are there are being strapped to beds on their back with their hands and feet tied down, and they're spending days and weeks on these restraint beds because they don't have staff to look after them and to actually help them. So that's what I would like to see us be doing, and I appreciate you voting your conscience. Thank you.
Rep. Ortiz.
I also roll to the podium to urge an aye vote, folks, on this amendment. We spend entirely too much money to house and cage people. And I know that we are seeing an uptick in criminal activity, but where I'm coming at this from, it is because what we're seeing when it comes to the increase is the fact that those with disabilities, visible and invisible disabilities, are not being treated in the way that they should be. They're not being given the treatment that they need to tend to and manage their invisible disabilities. Instead, they are confronted with law enforcement that often don't have auxiliary services that they need to interact with these individuals, which escalates the situation and therefore funnels them into the criminal justice system, funnels them into these beds. We need to be spending this money on mental health care. We need to be spending this money on basic access for people with disabilities. We already increased funding for DOC when it came to their staff. Oh, by the way, for slots that they couldn't even fill up to this point. And we're just giving them more money, even though they cannot even hire the full staff that they need. Folks, we need to be more intelligent about how and when we spend the money. I could think of 1,000,001 different things that I would rather spend $7 million on, especially when we're speaking to mental health and invisible disabilities. I urge an aye vote.
All right, Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will not raise this because Representative from Arapahoe did an amazing job speaking to this amendment. And I agree, we need, just to say, let's not have the spaces or the beds or the availability when things start turning bad is not the answer. We know that crime is not just up on an uptick, it's astronomical in growth, and when you take this over the last few years, eventually something's going to happen, and we're going to have to start prosecuting these people, and they're going to have these beds. And if we don't plan ahead now, we're taking 9 FTEs away from this. All of this is a bad idea, and so I strongly stand against this.
Thank you. Further discussion on J141? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J141. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, say no. No! Close call. The noes have it. J141 is lost. Next up, number 19, Representative Winter.
Thank you. I would like to move J146 and ask to be properly displayed.
All right, 1 sec. 146 is displayed. Please go ahead.
What this amendment will do is add $5 million to the general fund of the Department of Corrections and footnote stating the General Assembly's intent that the appropriation be used for correctional facilities located in counties with the population under 25,000. What we're seeing here is we're lacking recruiting in these facilities in frontier counties and in rural Colorado. And, you know, I've spoke to many people on the campaign trail and recently when we talk about the long bill and what we're trying to do with CDOT, and the issue that they have is, you know, first of all, they don't have that much money for training, but when they do get somebody trained up really good, they don't have the money to retain them in that facility. So, you know, after much stakeholdering with numerous people that I know that work in Department of Corrections, I really like to be able to put this money exactly into these rural frontier counties and help us. You know, I've talked about it numerous times. It's hard to recruit about anything in rural Colorado, and to get good quality people trained up and to stay in these frontier rural counties is huge, not only to the prison itself, but to our local economies. So please think about rural Colorado. I urge a yes vote.
Further discussion on J146, Rep. Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When my colleague from Trinidad, House District 47, says think about rural Colorado, my ears perk up. I've been down to his new district, used to be my old district. I've seen the corrections capacity that is in southeast Colorado, and it is a very important part of the Department of Corrections network and systems of facilities. This particular program has great value. What I also would like to inform my colleagues that with respect to these DOC facilities in our frontier and rural counties, they are one of the largest employers and a big part of the economic fabric of that community. Some people say that many of the frontier counties are employment deserts because there's not enough job opportunities out there in different spaces and capacities. But there will always be a need for DOC. You can't wash that away as much as some people would like to think they can. You can't. And rural southeastern Colorado would benefit greatly in their economic desert from this investment. So I'm very much a supporter of this amendment, J146 to Senate Bill 214, and I ask for a loud and thunderous aye.
Further discussion on J146, Rep. Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. I completely appreciate my good colleagues' request for this amendment, but do want to point out that the prison population is unrelated to the population of the communities in which each of the prisons are located. So this amendment doesn't really make sense. DOC does hard work to make appropriate allocations of prisoners. We fund the prisons based upon where you have people to take care of. And so for those reasons, I respectfully request your no vote.
Discussion on J146. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J146 to Senate Bill 214. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye! All those opposed, say no. The noes have it, and J146 fails. Next amendment is number 20, Representative Ortiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it is an honor to serve with you.
And also with you. Please go ahead.
I move Amendment Juliet 08
83 is on the screen. Please continue.
Members, this amendment comes from the fact that, I don't know if you noticed, but I live life with a disability. Kind of make it my shtick to advocate and fight for basic access and disability rights. And what I encounter here is that we have a situation where, on one end, the entire state seems to think that it doesn't have to put aside funding to secure basic access for programs like auxiliary services. And then on the other end, when I try and run legislation to mandate that coverage, even though ADA has been law for 33 years, I have departments come down and put obstacles up or outright oppose my bills, balk at my bills. And so what this amendment is doing is kind of forcing their hand a little bit and sending a clear message to these departments that you can't do both. You cannot, on one end, not proactively secure basic access, because we exist. 20% of your population lives with a disability, folks. We're here. And we're done letting you isolate us and exclude us. This needs to be done. So we are trying to secure $800,000 of funding for the various departments that have slapped me with fiscal notes and obstacles on my bills, securing basic access for auxiliary services. Stop discriminating against your most marginalized. Please vote yes.
Is there further discussion, Rep. Bockenfeld?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's an ongoing effort in the governor's office to complete and some work on this particular issue, and we should allow them to complete that work. We should also coordinate these needs through the Capital Development Committee. So for those reasons, I would ask for a no vote.
Is there further discussion on J083? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J83 to Senate Bill 214. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, say no. Noes have it. J83 fails. Next in the packet is number 21, Representative Bradfield, and Taggart, and Wilson, and Puglisi. Whoever else wants to come down. But we do need somebody to move it. Rep.
Thank you,
Bradfield.
Mr. Chair. As we all know, education is one of the most important priorities of our state, and we also know where our teachers rank in terms of salary when compared with other states in our very fine country. So I'd like to move Amendment J 089 to Senate Bill 214 and have it displayed.
Okay, it is displayed. Please continue.
Thank you. This important amendment is going to really help the Colorado State Department of Education because it will take $321 million from the cash fund from the state education fund. Now, let me read that again. If I'd read the words in the right order, it'll come out right. It adds $321 million cash fund from the state education fund for the state share of district's total program funding in the Department of Education. Bottom line, $321 to education to be distributed to districts for the purpose of teacher salaries. I urge an aye vote.
Rep. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I concur with an aye vote on this. We all talk about education needing more funding. Let's put our money where our mouth is, or put our money in education like we constantly talk about. So please, I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
All right, further discussion. Rep. Who'd like to go next? Rep. Sirota.
I'm going to do it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, while I greatly appreciate the intent with this amendment, I will have to ask for a no vote. In this bill, in Senate Bill 214, we are able to keep the
budget stabilization factor constant while also increasing per pupil funding by $900 per pupil. And this is better kept for the School Finance Act, which will come later in the session. That is the appropriate vehicle for the buy down, for the BS factor. I very much appreciate the effort and the intent, just would like to see this in a different bill.
Thank you. Further discussion on J89? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J89 to Senate Bill 214. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. All right, we'll give it to the noes. J89 fails. Next up, number 22, Rep. Hartsook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that J93 be displayed.
All right, J93 is in focus and ready to go. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is swing number 2 at the plate. We're opting now for, and I greatly appreciate the discussion, but we're going to take another swing at this. So now we're going to opt for $128.5 million from the general fund and $192.7 million from the cash fund, because the teachers, we need to put more money into education. And we love having this debate, so here's swing number 2 at the plate.
Rep. Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We think it's really important that we fully fund education. Appreciate the comments that were made about education and other ways that we can do this. We do believe this is the most appropriate way, and it affects every constituent in all of our districts. Great statewide impact, and urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on J93? Representative Byrd.
Okay. So, members, it's going to come as no shock that I'm going to ask for a no vote, but I do want to say that I join my colleagues in wanting to eliminate that budget stabilization factor and fully fund education. So I am with you, and I will just underscore that we have round 2 on school finance to come with the introduction and the passage of the School Finance Act, which will come after this budget. So while we've done good work in Senate Bill 214, we have even more good work to do in the School Finance Act. And so for that reason, I respectfully ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Further discussion on J93? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J93 to Senate Bill 214. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye! All those opposed, say no. Swing and a miss, J93 is lost. Next up, number 23, Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment J101 and ask that it be displayed.
101 is displayed. Please continue.
This amendment would, surprisingly, adds 321 million total funds, including 160 million general funds and 160 million cash funds from the state education fund for the state share of districts, total program funding in the Department of Education. I think we need to be a little proactive. Let's not wait for the next step that comes after the budget. Let's make sure we put some money aside so we know that education is going to be taken care of, instead of saying, well, we'll get to that next. So I ask for an aye vote on this.
Rep. Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I feel like I'm standing in front of my parents here that only know the word no. And I'm hoping I can change that a little bit. Folks, our teachers need our support, desperately need our support. And I don't know about in your district, but in my district, we're down 120 teachers, and it's almost impossible to recruit because of those entry-level salaries, which quite honestly don't get any better to speak of. And then we all know we've got a shortfall on the para side of things, which you guys also said no to. But I would ask your support on this, and if you don't support me here, I'll be back to play cleanup. Thank you.
Further discussion? Seeing, Rep. Hockenfeld, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I know this won't be a surprise to you. We've done some real good work on Senate Bill 214, and we intend to continue to do good work on the School Finance Act. And so, based on that, I'm going to ask for a no vote and let us complete our good work on the school finance.
Further discussion on J101. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J101 to Senate Bill 214. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, say no. Noes have it, and J101 fails. Next up, number 24, Rep. Redfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I think this time it is really going to pass because you are tired of no. And if your parents kept saying no, you had to find a way to get them to say yes. And this is the amendment to do that. So the money is the same, the purpose is the same, but the money comes from the general fund. So this time, folks, we would really like for you to use that three-letter word that is just so easy to say. No, that's not 3 letters. So, anyway, I urge a yes vote for, I have to move it. Mr. Chair, I'd like to move J102 to Senate Bill 214.
All right, thank you. Properly moved, and it's on the screen.
And I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
All right, Rep. Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was looking forward to batting cleanup because a young man who plays for my favorite baseball team, the New York Yankees, just signed a 9-year, and I'll be him for a second, Aaron Judge. He just signed a 9-year agreement for $325 million. And if you vote yes on this one, I promise as Aaron Judge that I will give it all to education in Colorado.
There you go.
Representative Sirota. Okay, Rep. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I asked for a yes vote on this, and I am threatening to raise the podium if anything else happens.
I didn't quite hear that, but okay, Rep. Sirota.
Test me. Thank you, Madam Chair. Same song, different verse. I ask for a no vote. I absolutely support the effort and intent to fully fund public education in the state of Colorado, and I look forward to our opportunity to address the budget stabilization factor in the School Finance Act. I ask for no vote.
Is there any further discussion? So, you know what? I can appreciate that. To you too, families. Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of J102. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. No. I'm so sorry the amendment failed. To the bill, who's next? Sorry. Representative Holtorf and Representative Winter, who will be speaking first. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move J112 to Senate Bill 214 and ask that it properly be displayed.
Okay, it has been moved and displayed to the amendment. Representative Winter. Representative Holtorf. Representative Winter. Representative,
Okay.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the largest issues we have across our school districts in eastern Colorado, both in northeastern and I presume as well in southeastern, I'm sure it hasn't changed, is the teachers' salaries. Grade school teachers, middle school teachers, high school teachers. You know, we know they're underpaid. And this particular amendment, if you look at what it does with respect to page 109, after line 16, this insertion is a little over $160 million in the general fund to increase teachers' salaries across 178 school districts. Think about the impact of that. It's almost $1 million per school district to raise teachers' salaries. In rural Colorado, the difference between my urban cousins and rural Colorado legislators is we have maybe 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, 15, 20 school districts, where you and your district might only have 1 or 2. That's a big difference. But my esteemed colleagues, it is time to step up and invest in our school teachers. And we don't need to listen to the JBC. We need to listen to our hearts and minds. We know it's the right thing to do. No is not a word we need to repeat. Upon completion of this discussion on this amendment for the teachers.
Rep. Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this. I rise in support of making sure that our teachers are paid more. And this is for teachers all across the state, but always put the rules spin on it. You know, what I spoke about earlier, this is about recruiting and maintaining teachers in these areas. We've heard about the cost of living, what it takes to get around in these rural districts. And it is true, we have way more school districts in rural Colorado. So please think about this. We talk about all the time. And I just want especially the teachers in my district and around the state to know the representative from Akron and I are standing here trying to get this passed, trying to get you a raise for the work that you do. So I urge an aye vote, not only for the teachers, but think about the kids in Colorado. It's for the children. Urge an aye vote. Don't vote against the children. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on J112. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J112 to Senate Bill 214. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. The noes have it. J112 is lost. Next amendment, number 25, Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have got a great amendment for you all. I know you're going to be very excited to see this one. This does not cost the state any money. This simply moves money from one department to another. The beneficiary of the change would be the Department of Education. And what this bill does is it removes general fund funding from the Office of Information Technology in the governor's office by defunding 4.6 employees. What this does is, because over time, many departments have formed their own internal IT department. Initially, OIT was formed to consolidate IT efforts for the state. And because some departments have found that to be a little challenging at times, they have gone on to redevelop their own internal IT departments. So this is actually more of a government efficiency sort of measure. And the cost to OIT is fairly small. It's $4.4 million and change. But again, that's simply by reducing the 4.6 FTEs from the Office of Information Technology and moving those funds over to where I believe they are more needed in the Department of Education. I would ask for an aye vote, not a bye vote. Oh, I do need to move it. All right, well, that's a detail that I kind of overlooked. My apologies. Okay, so I would move J124 to Senate Bill 214. And it's obviously already displayed.
All right, now we have it displayed. Okay, go ahead, Rep. Frizzell. Go ahead, if you have further.
Oh, do
Go
I
ahead.
need to move it again?
No, you've moved it. It's on the screen. You're good to continue.
All right, so now you can see my fabulous amendment displayed in its full glory, and I would ask for an aye vote on this amazing amendment that is simply a lesson in government efficiency.
All right, Rep. Chatone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the support for schools, but what this is going to do is take away money from OIT and the process of getting broadband in across the state, where we're going to have a lot of money coming in from the federal government. A lot of broadband goes to schools. So if we don't support the additional broadband money that's going to a lot of these places that needs it, especially in rural areas, we're going to be taking away opportunities for those schools and those communities to get broadband, high-speed internet that's going to help them with their education. So I would urge a no vote on this amendment because we have a big opportunity coming up, and we want to make sure we can implement that broadband plan as best we can.
Rep. Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I'd just like to review the talking points from OIT and the Department of Education. From OIT, this is not the time to cut personnel from OIT, which houses the Colorado Broadband Office. We are on the cusp of leveraging hundreds of millions of dollars in federal funds to deploy broadband across our state and need these full-time equivalents in place to do that. Of course, broadband access is a key ingredient in a 21st century education. Almost half of the funding being cut is from the tech accessibility team that is working with all state agencies to address tech accessibility issues. This funding also cuts health, life, and dental among with para payments. Additionally, OIT also provides essential technology support to agencies across state government, such as cybersecurity and digital services. The cut to OIT would end up impacting all executive branch agencies and negatively impact OIT's ability to deliver high-quality IT services to its customer agencies who serve all of Colorado. And as regards to the Education Department, their talking points say that the governor's proposal would buy down the BS factor to a record low of 2.2% in fiscal year 24, while charting a path to fully eliminate it over the next 3 years. It includes $600 million in total program increases, including a record per pupil funding increase of 9.9% on an average statewide, which would allow local districts to increase teacher salaries. We are the local control state, and teacher salaries are determined by the school districts. Members, I ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Further discussion on J124. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J124. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it, and J124 fails. Next up, number 26, Representative Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move J161 and ask that it be displayed.
1 second. It is properly displayed. Please go ahead.
All right, members, thank you so much for those who came before me to talk about the importance of education. I do want to say on behalf of the teachers and for the teachers, and this is for the kids. Okay, the point is what this amendment does is it recommits back pay to teachers who were nationally board certified. So for those of you who are in the education profession, you may have heard about this. If there is a level of certification that is very rigorous to get, it's called National Board Certification. Over the past couple of years, through the pandemic, we unfortunately stopped as a state issuing a stipend to them that we said that we would pay them if they got this certification. And so now we're in a place a couple of years later where we may have the room in our budget, given all of those things that we just passed. I'm going to ask if we just move a few things around to be sure that we can pay our teachers what they are owed. To pursue a national board certification is actually very rigorous, and you do have to pay for it. It could be upwards of thousands of dollars. And so what this amendment does is just recognize that they need to receive the pay that we promised them as an incentive to pursue that certification, but also as a way to ensure the highest quality of educator given the rigorousness of that status. So members, I'm asking you to support just around $3 million to pay them. We're talking about less than 1,000 teachers, and so I urge an aye vote. On behalf of the kids, y'all, on behalf of the kids. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on J161, Rep. Serrata. Rep. Serrata.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. There is a bill in the system that is working its way through that would bring back this funding source for stipends for national board certified educators. But there was a conscious decision made in years past to not continue funding this line item because there are a number of districts that already offer stipends for this certification. And so it was seen as potentially duplicative, and there was a choice not to continue funding it. That said, there is a bill working its way through the system for the General Assembly to consider. I ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Thank you. Further discussion on J161, Rep. Hamrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The bill referred to is my bill and Rep. Weinberg's bill, and what it does is it's attempting to restore the stipend funding, but it does not do the back pay part. A lot of these teachers got their national board hoping that they would get reimbursed for the thousands of dollars they put into it, so this would just make them whole, so I encourage an aye vote on this amendment.
Thank you. Further discussion on J161. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J161. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The noes have it, and 161 is lost. Next up, number 27, Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move Amendment J139 to Senate Bill 214, please, and have it displayed.
All right, 139 is displayed. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Just a little background. I come from education 25 years plus in middle school, and I also most of that time worked in a school that was significant free and reduced price lunches. So a significant number of students started school each year lacking the basic supplies. I can tell you that my husband and I would empty out Walmart, Target, on school supplies as soon as they came in, and he would carry them out to the car and then carry them into my classroom. And he never once complained because he knew that I was much happier if the kids had the things that they needed to be successful. And so this is why this amendment is so important, not only to me, but to the children of Colorado. And that is to repay classroom teachers for a small amount of the money that they probably do spend on student supplies. Now, this will add the nuts and bolts of this amendment is that it adds $1.3 million from the general fund to the Department of Education for reimbursements to teachers for supplies purchased with personal funds. It eliminates the appropriation for the Colorado Equity Office. It's a reduction of $1.3 million general fund and 10.0 FTE in the Department of Personnel. Small price to pay for helping our teachers out on this important things that they do for the kids of Colorado. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Thank you. Further discussion, Representative Marshall.
Colleagues, I'm going to take this opportunity to ask for a no vote on this because we are coming forward in a bit with a teacher tax reimbursement that will address this issue in a more appropriate manner. That bill is going to cost $30 million to ensure that all the reimbursement's done. With $1.3 million just for the licensed professional teachers, we're talking about $40 a piece, and that's before administrative expenses. So again, I believe this is not an appropriate method to address this issue, especially considering the line out of the Colorado Equity Office in order to get that $1.3 million general fund money. and it will not address the issue. So I'd ask for a no vote.
Further discussion, Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for bringing this amendment. I firmly believe that our classroom teachers should have support when they are investing their personal funds to purchase school supplies. So I definitely respect this. However, I do understand that there's a bill working its way through the process. It's a tax credit, and perhaps that's, I don't know where that is in the process, but if notwithstanding whatever happens with that, if this is a value, we should be working in the School Finance Act to address this issue. So I respectfully ask for a no vote.
Further discussion on J139. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J139. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. 139 fails. Next amendment is number 28, Rep. Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is a pleasure to serve with you.
And also with you, sir. Please continue.
Fellow colleagues, after doing a little bit of discussion on the side, I'm coming to find out that this amendment is actually already being funded through the JBC with a few negotiations, and I will go ahead and pull because I got what I want, and you don't get to vote on it, and nana boo boo. I'm done. I pull the amendment, please.
Oh.
What? Oh, I withdraw the amendment.
All right. At the request of the sponsor, J148 is withdrawn. Next in the packet is number 29, Rep. Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to put on the record, I absolutely support all schools, all public schools, including charter schools. I have a lot of charter schools in my district, but this amendment is not necessary, and I trust the good work that the Budget Committee is doing for our education system on this particular amendment, so I respectfully withdraw my amendment.
At the request of the sponsor, J133, which is number 29 in the packet, is withdrawn. Brings us to the next amendment, number 30, Rep. Hartsook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think JBC is going to like this one, so I move that J117 be properly displayed.
All right, 1 second. 117 is on the screen. Please go ahead.
So we've been up here arguing with Swing at the Plate for Education, and it's had a lot of figures in it, but this one doesn't have any numbers. And so JBC is going to like this because I'm not asking for any numbers or any pay, but what I do ask is that we specify in this with a little footnote for 14A that reads, Department of Education totals, it is the General Assembly's intent that none of the appropriations to the Department of Education support the unions. We want everything going to the teachers and the Department of Education. And I ask for an aye vote on that.
Further discussion. Rep. Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question of the amendment sponsor, why he is so concerned about this issue and why he feels that this amendment with this footnote, Mr. Chair, I'm going to wait because I don't think he's listening. Let me know when I can go, Mr. Chair. I'm standing by.
Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your leadership. Now, as I was saying to the amendment sponsor, now that I have his attention, I just want to know why he feels this footnote is so important with respect to the amendment J117. I don't understand as a rural legislator what exactly he's trying to do.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I shall endeavor to explain it then to my good colleague. So as I was saying, we've been up here fighting for education, and we've had some pretty big fiscal notes, and we've struck out at the plate with JBC. They keep throwing fastballs, and we keep swinging with a miss. So this amendment is no fiscal point to it. We're kind of going to bunt at this point. So we're not swinging for the home run, and all we're asking is no expenditures. We're just taking what they have already approved, and all we're asking is that the General Assembly says it goes for education and not to unions, whether union support, union dues, anything. We want it for education. Whatever the teachers decide, administrators decide that they need, it goes for education. And I urge an aye vote. Thank you so kindly.
Rep. Holtorf.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I think I understand what my good colleague is saying. What he's saying in this amendment, which I believe now I do support 100%, because what it's saying is the money should go to the Department of Education and then further go to the schools and to the school districts. And the unions shouldn't be skimming or carving or getting their fingers in the kitty trying to pull money out.
Come on now, let's be careful.
Thank you for your leadership, Mr. Chair. I think I'm going to back out of this one because I can see where I'm going. But I do understand, and I am in full support of making sure the money gets to the ground where the rubber meets the road, which is in the classrooms, in the schools, and in those school districts. And there's nobody taking anything in any other way with this respective amendment. Thank you.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I strongly urge a no vote.
Is there further discussion on J117? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J117, the Senate Bill 214. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. 117 is lost. Brings us to number 31 in the packet. Rep. Froelich.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move J137 to Senate Bill 214 and ask that it be displayed.
137 is displayed. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Folks, we have put a lot of money and energy already into what we call energy performance contracting. So we've required all of our state buildings to engage in energy performance contracting. That's great, but there are too many buildings, and they really need to whittle down the appropriate buildings for this process. So it's kind of this is a weird amendment, but we need to spend some money in order to effectively spend the big money. And so in EPC contracting, or EPC, energy performance contracting, this amendment asks that we do a first step that's going to cost a little bit of money to identify the buildings where it would be most appropriate, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion, Rep. Byrd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, members, I got a story to tell you. No, just kidding. So, at any rate, this request that's coming before you in the form of a budget amendment was actually something that we considered on the JBC, and actually we had a very robust discussion about this, where we dived into this issue. So what this appropriation is the state securing, I guess, a consultant that will evaluate the appropriateness of certain contracts that if we agree to make certain energy improvement related changes to the building that will cost money, all of the cost of those improvements are paid for by the savings that are realized on reduced energy payments going forward. So all of that is great, and I think something that had broad support. However, we could not obtain adequate information from the department why the state would need to pay the consultant to do this work for us in the first place. Because typically in these types of contracts, the cost of the consultant is paid for with the savings that are realized on the energy efficiencies and the resulting lower utility bills. So absent information that really shows why we would need to pay this when we know that so many of these other types of contracts don't cost money for that consultant to do that upfront work, we should not be spending $500,000 of the taxpayers' hard-earned money on this. So for all of those reasons, I request a no vote on this amendment.
Rep. Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge a no vote on this. The reason is the next amendment's a really good one. We're running an energy study, and I'd like to be able to take and pull that money in behind the energy study once we get the results to that. So hold your votes for the good one next. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
We'll allow a little bit of latitude crossing over amendments like that, Rep. Winter. Okay, the question is 137. Rep. DeGraff to 137.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just, I would recommend a no vote on this amendment, just because wasting an additional $500,000 to waste $6 million on something that's inconsequential, and what's really driving up the energy prices is the ineffectual and malevolent rate increase of our energy prices by the well, it's called a green climate agenda. The only thing green about it is the money flowing to China and politicians. But right now, wasting $500,000 more in order to waste $6 million is just throwing good money after bad. And at some point, we have to look our constituents in the eye about what kind of money we're wasting on frivolous spending like this. So there's there's just a lot of bad about this. I would recommend that we relook at our energy policy in general instead of continuing this throw good money after bad policy in general. So I would recommend a no vote on this, and then also I agree with my colleague on the next.
Further discussion on J137. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of J137 to Senate Bill 214. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, say no. The noes have it. 137 fails. Next up is number 32 by many different folks. Rep. Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like a move amendment J126 and ask to properly be displayed.
J126 has been moved and is properly displayed. Please continue.
Thank you. I urge an aye vote on this amendment. Myself and a few other members have worked really hard on doing a energy study, a feasibility study. It's really to help out rural Colorado and areas that have been affected by industry shutdown in different ways. We're really working at trying to get good blue-collar jobs in these areas, and I think that this would be good follow-up money to go in back behind that study and be able to kind of get that boots on the ground movement towards getting those jobs going and working towards using these alternative energy sources that we're looking at. So I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, I'm not opposed to this kind of energy source, but the problem is that according to the Department of Energy, this isn't even going to be available to anywhere until 2029. So I don't see why we would be doing a study in 2023 or 2024 on something that's not even available until 2029. I think we're way too far ahead of this, and I think we should hold off until the availability is actually there before we actually do any study. But I appreciate where you're coming from. I do appreciate this thought, but I think we're just way too ahead of ourselves. So I urge a no vote.
Representative DeGraff.
I'm going to be in the unusual position of agreeing with both colleagues who disagree. So what we're talking about, what we've talked about repeatedly in the energy and environment, again with the green energy, wasting our money and sending it to China and politicians, it's the idea of what's considered renewable energy, which is not the case because solar panels and windmills all have limited lifespans and then they become toxic waste. In order to make those effective, in order to bring those to fruition, the state is going to need thousands of miles, if not hundreds of thousands of miles of new high power lines. The briefings that we've had is each one of those high power lines that are going to be crisscrossing the state. They're mostly opposed by environmental groups protecting the golden-eyed tree newt or something like that. So not necessarily, so ironically, the biggest pushback to these power lines, which is what is absolutely necessary to do these solar panels and wind farms in disparate parts of the country, which lose about 25% of the power via transmission and charging. So then you require even more. So those thousands or hundreds of thousands of miles of power lines are going to need decades. They're going to need decades before they can even before they can even be initiated, because the approval process takes 10 to 15 years. So a recent one, the eastern one, was I think about 600 or 700 miles of power lines. That was just recently approved, and that's going to be set in motion. But the other thousands of miles, they're still in dispute. They're still going through environmental studies. So if we're looking at the time frame, and having a study on technology that's going to be due in 2029, we're still, what is that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, we're still about a little less than half the time that it's going to take to get some of these high power lines approved. And right now we have a very small part of our power that is actually provided by the euphemistically named green energy. So again, you're covering large swaths of Colorado in solar panels and wind farms that just beat the slop out of birds and bats. So if you want to do something in a timely fashion, the nuclear study would allow what they're talking about here is a feasibility of small nuclear reactors. This would be actually something that would be beneficial to the grid. It'd be beneficial to the grid because small modular nuclear reactors can be placed, they can be placed outside of small towns, and then you don't have to then you can use your already existing power lines, and you can save your 10 to 15 years of power lines to stretch across Colorado. I think, not that high power lines won't be a beautiful addition to the skyline of Colorado. I think all of our environmentalists are really looking forward to having those stretch all the way back and forth, having a nice web of high power lines stretching across. So I think that'll be a beautiful addition in addition to large areas that are paved by solar panels. So, and then having massive areas of toxic chemicals seeping into the ground from the solar panels as they phase out after about 15 to 20 years or sooner. So if we want to do something in a timely fashion, a study that's going to be completed by 2029 that would actually have the capacity to solve the problem, as opposed to the green energy that has absolutely no potential for solving the problem, then I would vote yes on this, and then maybe try to get some facts and logic around the green energy movement and get rid of that. So, and then do something like nuclear, which will actually have a chance of solving our power demands.
Representative Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also support this amendment and ask for an aye vote. The $300,000 to the Colorado Energy Office to conduct a feasibility study of the small modular nuclear reactors helps the whole state. The representative from Southeast Colorado is representing his district, but he's also representing lots of counties throughout Colorado, especially in Northwest Colorado, who are facing transition and are trying to figure out how they keep those jobs. This is a good a good bill for workforce, for jobs, for helping rural Colorado, and I support this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think the JBC members just noticed what I did for them. Oh, you noticed that? I wanted you to see, because I'm all about helping. As a matter of fact, I want to help on this amendment. Madam Chair, most of us that have been in Colorado for many decades know, for the transplants, you may not know this, But nuclear energy is not new to Colorado. How many of you know that we've had a nuclear power plant in Colorado? Had. Okay, well, maybe that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here, Madam Chair. You see, the Fort St. Vrain nuclear power plant was in operation in Colorado back in the 80s. I don't have the exact number of years. But nuclear energy is not new to Colorado, and it was a successful, and still is a successful energy source. Now, do you need to study the technology? No. And Madam Chair, I'm going to explain why. Voting yes on this amendment is very, very important, but for not the reasons you might think, fellow colleagues. Allow me to explain. The United States Navy, for decades, over 50 years, 70 years, has been operating micronuclear technology all around the world. How do I know this? Back in 1987, when I was at CSU studying engineering, even taking a nuclear physics class, and my professor was one of the chief engineers at the Fort St. Vrain nuclear power plant promoting nuclear energy as we studied it. And at that time, I was offered a scholarship to join the Navy in a nuclear engineering program. Actually, it was before that. So I've known about this program for the better half of 40 years. And I've known about this technology. Now, that was not the life choice I made. Micronuclear, we already have it. In every submarine in the fleet. Those submarines, ladies and gentlemen, are powered by a micronuclear power plant. We have the technology. But here's what's really important, and not waiting till 2029, because I know we like to plan ahead in Colorado. On so many public policy issues, we plan so far ahead. Now, with respect to micronuclear, what we need to do is find out where these small modular micronuclear reactors could be placed in Colorado where the energy needs are the highest. Now, Madam Chair, for a rural legislator in rural Colorado who doesn't want to see 500,000 wind turbines scattering the plains, producing energy that is variable and unreliable if the wind's not blowing, and also kills hundreds of thousands of migratory birds and raptors, and has other environmental complications requiring an enormous amount of petroleum-based energy products, not only to build them, to erect them, but to operate them with the generation power plants that are installed way up there in the engines rooms. Nuclear power and micronuclear power and modular nuclear reactors is the way to go. Now, if you don't believe me, Madam Chair, and you colleagues think you esteemed colleagues think I'm confused, how about if we go to the country of France? You see, in France, they have more nuclear power plants operating and providing energy to that entire country, I believe, than any other country in the world. Now, is it true micronuclear? No. But it is nuclear. It's very effective. It provides on demand and you're able to increase output or reduce output. And it meets that country's energy needs. And for those of you that might be concerned about its safety, have they had any major safety issues in the last 40 years? Why, esteemed colleagues, I think the answer might be no. Even in nuclear naval power plant systems, how many issues have they had? None that you know about. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a safe technology. This is the future. My colleagues who bring forth J126, an amendment to Senate Bill 214, are so far ahead of their time. And the governor's office, who wants to be ahead of his time, should have this additional funding so the energy office can prepare Colorado for the future. Now, I know my colleague from House District 56 is listening closely. He's listening intently, and I have captured his attention. And I encourage an aye vote on this amendment, Madam Chair. And I hope that I have convinced you in this short, brief presentation on why this amendment is so important to the future of Colorado. Thank you, esteemed colleagues. Thank you. And I welcome the JBC's concurrence on this recommendation.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to back up my esteemed colleague, I just pulled up some stats from 2020. And in 2020, our renewable energy, solar and wind power, was about 10 to 15% of our overall needs. So in addition to what we have to meet that need, we would have to increase that by what, about 6 times in order to we'd have to take everything that we have and we would have to increase it 6 times. So there's a tremendous amount of energy that's going to be required to do that. Most of those technologies some of those technologies are not even a break even. Most of them have a promised output or a certified output that only that exceeds their actual output by about 500%. So unless we want to continue paving over Colorado and with non-recyclable solar panels and continue to put and have our only other option to put windmills, which again kill thousands of birds a year and bats, then this is a study that we need to look at. And we are nowhere near being able to do anything sufficient on the green energy front, or I shouldn't say green energy front, that's a misnomer. It's not even renewable. So on the inefficient energy front, I'll just say that the low density energy front, how's that? So I recommend a yes vote on this study, and maybe we can get ourselves away from, if we still want to do the nonsense of no carbon, then we can at least do it in a way that makes sense and is not so environmentally damaging as solar and wind.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In all due respect to my colleagues, there is a bill currently in the system that I believe can accomplish what they want to accomplish, and so at this time I'd ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion on J126? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J126 to Senate Bill 214. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. J126 fails. Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I would like to move Amendment J127 and ask for it to be displayed.
J127 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Bradley.
My very esteemed, smart, intelligent JBC colleagues, I have zero appropriation on this one. It's just a cleanup, just a little bit of a cleanup. I am asking my esteemed colleagues for the General Assembly's intent that the Office of State Planning and Budgeting use this appropriation to create a standardized template for all state agencies to follow when creating annual performance plans pursuant to Section 2-7-204. This template would require all performance plans to have the same look and present the same information where available in a standardized order. It is also the General Assembly's intent that the Office of State Planning and Budgeting present this template to the Joint Budget Committee for feedback at the 2023 September meeting. It just basically adds a footnote to the operating expenses line item in the Office of State Planning and Budgeting in the Office of the Governor, stating the General Assembly's intent. There is no appropriation, just I like a little bit of clarity and consistency, and I ask for a yes vote, dear colleagues.
Representative Stroda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I ask for a no vote. This amendment really does border on the prohibition that a footnote contains substantive provision of law, despite that it says it is the intent of. If the General Assembly doesn't like the format of the current performance plans, then the General Assembly should run a bill to outline and properly fund the work required to implement a new performance plan. Footnotes, really, the permissible use of footnotes are for a statement of explanation or an expression of legislative intent relating to a specific appropriation. This really doesn't fit the bill, so I ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion on J127? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J127 to Senate Bill 214. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. J127 fails. Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move J128 and ask that it be displayed.
J128 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Ricks.
Thank you so much. Members, every single time that there is a bill from the marijuana industry, Colorado brags about how we are the best. We were the first to pass marijuana, and we have been a leader in the industry. However, when it comes to social equity, we have been lacking and very much terrible, really, on it, especially when it comes to funding. Colorado took in $2.4 billion in marijuana revenues and has given $4 million to social equity to help to bring in these businesses to overcome the barriers to entry. I'm asking for a $2 million monies to be moved into the OEDIT, Office of Economic Development and International Trade, to help these entrepreneurs. When we compare our performance with places like New Jersey has given $10 million, New York has given $50 million, Illinois has given $30 million to support marijuana social equity programs. And so I'm asking for only $2 million. I should be asking for 10, but only 2. I ask for your aye vote on this.
Representative Byrd.
Members, I am here to respectfully request a no vote on this amendment. A continuous appropriation to the Office of Economic Development from interest and income initial deposit from the Marijuana Entrepreneur Fund is already provided in another bill. And in addition, there is a bill already in the works regarding social equity for the marijuana industry. I will point out that it's not the best budgeting practice to pass substantive policy in the budget. That should happen through the legislative process, not here in the budget. I will also note that the office already receives a continuous appropriation, and increasing that amount reduces our power as the General Assembly over power of the purse. So please vote no.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a question for for clarification on the term and the use of the word equity in this case, I just want to make sure that, because constitutionally, and I didn't have a chance to look up the actual provision, but constitutionally, we are forbidden from, favoring one group or another based on demographic type things. So, how would improving and spending money towards social equity not be used in a manner that is contraindicated by our Constitution, which precludes the use of money and legislation to favor one group or another? So it seems like if we're using, it just seems like those are opposite. So I'd like to know from my colleague how we would spend money. What does equity mean in this sense, that it is not favoring one group over another?
Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Social equity has nothing to do with race in this context. Social equity are for businesses whose family members and people who have been impacted specifically by the war on drugs, who were arrested or they lost their father, and who have gone through trauma due to the war on drugs. So it has nothing to do specifically with race. These social equity licenses have been in place for the last 3 years. And so everybody and anybody can participate as long as they meet the criteria for social equity licenses.
Representative DeGraff.
I'm going to wait till my colleague sits down so she has to stand back up. And so these are new to me as terms of, so I appreciate knowing that it has nothing to do with race, but just so I have this right, so you know I was listening, for people who have been impacted by the war on drugs, and then there is a social equity licensing, and social equity licensing has criteria. So since I'm assuming my other colleagues haven't heard it, can you just brief on what that is and what the program is done and how it intends to alleviate what is the war? So we have the war on drugs. So assumingly they were impacted by the war on drugs, and why are we, if they were doing something illegal, why is it that we're now, how is it that, I don't want to say that we are, how is it that we're not subsidizing or paying retribution for somebody or a family that was caught up in doing something illegal? Now it seems like it just seems like we're doing contradictory things. So this is just a question on the program. I've never heard of social equity licenses. What do social equity license entail? Why do they, and what are the qualifications?
Representative Marshall.
Colleagues, I don't want to extend the day, but I also would normally have had reluctance on hearing social equity or the like, but after learning about what this program is, it is very important because it is dealing with trying to ameliorate or be more fair that the communities that were more impacted upon the war on drugs, and then years and decades later we say, oops, our bad. We probably went overboard for several years on marijuana, and now we're going to legalize it, and many people are going to make millions of dollars, but the people that were hurt the worst by it, you're getting frozen out. That's what this social equity program's about, is the people that were impacted the worst by our rethinking of our war on drugs should not be frozen out of the benefits now that are out there because we have legalized it. So please take that into account when you're voting on these social equity programs.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that was very helpful. That was very helpful to know. And so what it sounds like to me is that we are trying to repair the damage done by the government in the sense of misguided, perhaps. I mean, some would dispute that. That's not the matter here. But we're trying to make amends for the overregulation by the government in its negative impacts on personnel and communities. Is my understanding there correct?
Representative Ricks.
Bingo, you have it right.
Representative DeGraff.
I feel like a winner. Awesome. I won bingo today. I did not anticipate that. Okay, I am very pleased to know that my colleagues share my views on the danger of government and overregulation in the dangerous impacts that it has on our communities. Thank you.
Any further discussion on J128? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J128 to Senate Bill 214. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. J128 fails. Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment J121 and ask for it to be displayed.
That is properly displayed and has been moved. Representative Tatone.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So, members, this is some money that we're going to give to the Film and Television Office. This is a program that really has a lot of impact on Colorado in a lot of different ways. And I'm going to tell you just, it's not only actors. We have electricians, builders, drivers, designers, camera and drone operators, lighting, sound, makeup, hair, writers and directors, and so much more. These are a lot of jobs that could be here on and off camera. If we don't continue to fund this office properly, we could really stand to lose a lot of tax-paying talent. Many of these folks are looking to move to states that have better incentives, like New Mexico. We're losing people in education. There's a lot of the postgraduates that go to the Colorado Film School. There's 4,000 to 5,000 people each year. They leave to go to other states that have better incentives and more job opportunities. We're losing infrastructure. So, without this financial support, it can't be maintained. And a lot of this equipment and studio space is being sold off. This causes more loss of work because the work becomes more expensive to do it here. And that's because you have to rent equipment. You have to do certain things outside the state. We're losing businesses that provide these services. This money will help to create jobs and many really good paying jobs. And let's not forget about tourism. When shows or films are made in places, people want to go see where that's filmed. And I got to tell you, based on the performance of the program over the years, 2/3 go to rural towns. So if you're a rural legislator, think about this one. It's really important to bring funding and opportunities and sales tax revenue and all sorts of things to your communities. So, realistically, this program should have $2.5 million to sustain it. And, I'm just looking for a mere $500,000 just to slow the decline of this office. And I hope that we can do a little bit better in the coming years, because there's a big return on investment with this office. And I urge you to support this amendment.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also come up here to speak in support of this amendment. I've heard about this issue from constituents in my district. This is an industry that I think that we should support in Colorado, and urge an aye vote.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in support of this amendment. We have a large performing arts group in Grand Junction, Colorado, and also some beautiful areas to film. And this would be a great return from an investment standpoint. And I too have constituents that have asked for additional funding in this area. And there is a big return on this. Thank you.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chair. During figure setting, the Joint Budget Committee allocated $1.27 million for this program, so I ask for a no vote.
Any further? Representative DeGraff. Representative McLaughlin. Rep-
This is for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really like this amendment. In my district, I have Pagosa Springs, Colorado. Some of you might know it, hot springs, capital of Colorado. And they have a thriving movie industry there that it's small, but they're really working on it. But it's creating jobs, it's creating opportunity for a lot of people. So they always appreciate this money. So if you want to support some rural Colorado efforts, this is a good one. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
So far away. That's right. Oh, yeah, I could do that. I could do that. That would be the polite. You are correct. You are correct. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm kind of neutral on the amount of the money. It's probably lower. I appreciate also knowing that we've already spent $1.27 million on it. What I really appreciate about this amendment is that it goes along with the irony of the tribute to small business in that it highlights the dangers of overregulation and taxation that initiate out of this body. And the second and third order effects on driving the different industries out like the legislation in this body is doing on a daily basis. So I'm not, like I said, I'm neutral on the $500,000, but I think it is a great thing to highlight the damage that this body does. And I think it would be probably better than spending that money that we would actually go back and look at the regulations that are causing these we know they're not unintended consequences, but I think we should go back and look at the regulations and the other malfeasance that comes out of here in order to actually address the problem, because it's kind of ironic that we bring the money in, force the businesses out, and then we take money from other taxpayers to cover the damage that we've done with the legislation in this
Representative, I'm just
body.
going to direct you to the amendment. I'm giving you latitude, but I'll just direct you back to the amendment, please.
I am I'm circling around and then coming through the middle. So $500,000, given that there's $1.27 million that's already been allocated to it, I think that's a great step. I would, instead of the $500,000 in cash funds, I would like to put a fraction of that towards the manpower to identify the regulations that are causing the problem.
Any further discussion on J121? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J121 to Senate Bill 214. Those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. J121 fails. Representative Armagast.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment J099 and ask that it be properly displayed.
J099 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Armagast.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Folks, this is something that we definitely need to be addressing more of. All of our mental health services, especially in this case where we're talking about our crisis services. The larger number that you're seeing here is coming from federal funds before anyone flips out, but the smaller number is from our general fund. And this is something where seeing it in the law enforcement perspective and also just the overall perspective of people in crisis that are admitted to these centers. In my experience in my district, we have great services that are provided for people that are in crisis. However, those services can only be provided when we're giving them the money that they need to do that. On-staff psychiatrists and otherwise the therapy and treatment that people need while they're in crisis. So with this, you know, with all the talk that we're doing about mental health and otherwise, we need to put our money where our mouth is in this case. And I ask for your support and an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in support and am one of the sponsors of this amendment. We talk an awful lot about mental health and crisis intervention. It's time we actually put the additional resources out there to be able to address this concern. Is this going to solve everything? No, it's not. But does this get us one step closer? Absolutely. Because someone who's in crisis, to be able to have those professionals nearby to be able to help and intervene is critical. I'd ask for a yes vote.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to add that I, of course, support spending more money on mental health services, and I feel like this is a really positive thing for us to be doing and to be leveraging federal funds for it. I do wonder if just throwing the money out there without a plan for how it's going to be spent and also directing it to HCPF as opposed to the new BHA or some of these other places where we spend money on mental health care, I would rather see a bill that purposefully directs that money into specific things that we want to see happen, but I love the intention. Thank you.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. Health First Colorado already provides coverage through capitated payments to the Rays for emergency room visits, ambulance services, urgent care visits, mental health safety assessments, emergency and crisis mental health services. And the BHA is building out the statewide crisis response system that includes mobile crisis response and has the funding to do this. HCPF is already working to increase rural hospital capacity and stability through the Chase fee and the hospital transformation program. This long bill already includes a payment increase of $4.2 million total funds, $2.1 million general fund for rural providers participating in this rural connectivity program. The challenge in rural Colorado is staffing, and funds allocated to increase the number of trained professionals, in addition to providing supports through housing, are more targeted use of funding to increase rural capacity. An example of this would be the ARPA Behavioral Health Workforce Grants Program from last year. So I ask for a no vote on this amendment, though I appreciate the intent.
Any further discussion on J099? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J099 to Senate Bill 214. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. J099 fails. Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move Amendment J092 to Senate Bill 214 and ask that it be displayed.
J092 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Amabile.
Okay, thank you. What this amendment does is it directs $5 million to Denver Health. Denver Health is the place to go in Colorado when every other hospital doesn't want to or can't treat you. And many of the hospitals surrounding Denver Health are turning away patients in one way or another. I don't want to use the word that starts with D and ends with UMP, but that happens. And these patients end up at Denver Health in a large part because they don't have a payment source. And Denver Health takes everybody. And they take them and they give them good care. And I know my person has been to a bunch of hospitals here in Colorado, private hospitals, public hospitals, and some of the best care he's ever gotten anywhere was from Denver Health. And they are teetering on the brink of collapse, and I would like us to do everything we can do to support Denver Health and to make sure that they do well.
Representative Michelson-Janae.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my stats are going to be a little bit old, a lot old, because I don't know what the numbers are. But when I was working at Denver Health, it was a 500-bed public hospital serving 85% of the indigent population in Denver and in Colorado. And we need to make sure that Denver Health stays afloat so that our system stays afloat. So I urge strong support for this amendment.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in strong support. We can't let our key hospitals just fall through the cracks. I sit on a rural hospital board, so you might be wondering, why would I be up here talking about Denver Health? Well, Denver Health sees patients from all over Colorado, from every corner of our state, and that we can't, as a state, let Denver Health fall through. They are critical for the needs of our state, just like every other hospital throughout our state is important. Thank you.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, too, rise in support for this amendment. I am El Paso County. I am not that familiar with Denver Hospital, except that I pass by it twice every day. It's very, very large, and I know it must take care of a lot of people. So, and I also do not want to see any hospitals fail. We need them.
Representative Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to say that we hear Denver General and we think Denver, but I contest to the fact that it does attempt to satisfy the rural-urban divide, because when I worked in eastern Colorado as a school psychologist, I had students who were served in the adolescent psychiatric unit, and they got wonderful services there. I urge and I vote.
Representative Holtorf.
Madam Chair, esteemed colleagues, I want everybody to know how important Denver Health is to Colorado. Because, see, even in rural Colorado, we need Denver Health. Now, ma'am, I've got a story, and it's a personal story.
Is it to the amendment, Representative Holtorf?
Yes, ma'am. And I'm going to tell you why. This amendment is asking for $5 million to help Denver Health, the #1 critical access hospital in the Denver metro area, and also the hospital that rural Colorado comes to when they have very serious injuries. Some of the most complex injuries, Madam Chair. Let's hypothetically say you're a buckaroo out in eastern Colorado and you've got a 6-year-old gelding, and you've been training that rascal for 3 or 4 years. And that high-spirited horse, 6 hands tall and all muscle, and they say a horse will take on the attitude of its owner, and I do know that for a fact. You've been working with this horse for years, and you won't give up on him because he's such a beautiful steed with so much potential, but very misguided. And there is a correlation. But I'll tell you, one day you get on that horse and you're going to move 600 head of yearlings out.
Representative Holtorf.
Yes, ma'am.
Sooner rather than later.
Thank you, ma'am.
Just talk about Denver
Thank
Health.
you for your leadership. And I'm going to tell you why
Anytime.
this $5 million is so important, Madam Chair and esteemed colleagues. Because if you get bucked off that horse and that horse stomps you out, and I mean breaks you into pieces and blows out your pelvis. Have you ever walked with a blown out pelvis? It's hard to do, but I've done it. It's more pain than you could imagine. In fact, many people said, how'd you walk from the back of that feedlot over here to the front of these corrals? I still don't know. I wasn't walking like that though, ma'am. But I'm going to tell you, so when I did get some help from my ranch hands, and we did go to the nearest hospital, regional health center in Colorado, which was Sterling Regional Med Center, the doctor said, oh man, we got a problem. You got a big problem, and we can't fix it. In fact, the only place, now here, Madam Chair, is where we get a little closer to the end of this story.
Please help me out here.
Madam Chair, the only place that we can do this surgery with the #1 orthopedic team in the state of Colorado that can actually make you so you can still walk is Denver Health.
Members,
This is a true story.
Representative Holtorf,
Yes, ma'am.
it's getting a little lively in here.
Well, ma'am, don't blame that on me.
I think you're, all right, just wrap it up. Just wrap it up. I'm going to give you 1 minute to wrap it up.
I'm grabbing, ma'am. But I'm going to finish this story up because I know we have a lot of important business to do. But I want to tell you that in rural Colorado, the medical staff in our regional hospitals know the capacity. They're very learned, and they talk, and they know the best of the best. The best of the best in orthopedics, and I did have, legit, the #1 orthopedic surgeon in the western United States and his team. And when I see a professional team, even under all kinds of morphine, I could see it. It was there, right in front of me, cutting me open, taking care of business. But that might be too much information. But this amendment is so important. It is so important to keep all of Colorado healthy. And even in rural Colorado, when we have to come to the big town to have this capacity, we can't let this go, Colorado. To the bill sponsor, my colleague from Boulder, my friend and colleague who has brought this amendment, I am so thankful. And I want the JBC to understand the criticality of Denver Health to all of Colorado. And I implore them and encourage them to not say nay, but to say yay. Thank you.
Thank you for that riveting story. Any further discussion? Representative Byrd.
I'm back. Put the horse in the barn, Representative. All right, members, I too love Denver Health, and for lots of reasons, and appreciate all of the wonderful sentiments that were expressed. And please vote no.
Any further discussion on J092? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J092 to Senate Bill 214. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. J092 passes. Representative Velasco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move amendment J153 and ask that it be displayed.
J153 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Velasco.
Thank you. This amendment will help fund the Regional Health Connectors program for the next year. We have regional health connectors all around our state with 21 Colorado regions, and they work with health providers and local public health agencies, social services providers, and communities, nonprofits. And this bill is just for them to pay for this year's budget. And I urge and I vote.
Representative Serta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I ask for a no vote. This is a wonderful thought. We had to consider many wonderful and worthy programs in crafting this budget, and the plate is a bit full, so I would just ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion on J153? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J153 to Senate Bill 214. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment J153 passes. Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move J162 and ask that it be properly displayed.
J162 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Winter.
Thank you. So there was a program, it was a Rural Healthcare Workforce Initiative, and it was passed in Senate Bill 22-172 last year, and it was set up to address the shortage head on. deliberately, completely, systematically, and effectively by building a pipeline that will grow and expand each year. And what will this do? It will educate and recruit rural K through 12 kids for future in healthcare profession. So please, take a look at this. The program was started last year, and now all of a sudden, we're not going to throw the money to it to keep it going. So it almost seems like the time and effort that the bill sponsors put in last year to lay out the groundwork to this, put the first little bit of money into it, and then just let it go to waste. Not only does it seem like a waste of a program, but it isn't helping solve our medical needs in rural Colorado. So I urge and I vote, please.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my colleague has given you the facts behind this, but I'm going to tell you a story. See, our rural hospitals are incredibly important because when buckaroos get bucked off 6-year-old steeds,
And you're tying
sometimes
this
they
back
gotta
to the
go
amendments.
to the hospital.
And again, you're tying this back to the amendment.
So if you vote for this here amendment, what happens is folks like my colleague from northeastern Colorado can get health care in a local rural hospital that's been properly resourced by folks that have grown up in that community and know how to treat buckaroos that done fall off their steeds. So vote for this here amendment and keep rural health care in Colorado strong.
And story short.
All right. Representative Byrd.
I really cannot follow that. So I will just end with a brief recitation of facts here. So very much respect the request and appreciate it, but of course I will ask for your no vote on this, as the budget you have before you already significantly increases our state's appropriation to our institutions of higher education, including an appropriation for fee for services. So in light of the very big investment we made this year, I ask for your no vote.
Any further discussion on J162? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J162 to Senate Bill 214. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. J162 fails. Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment J145 and ask that it be displayed, please.
J145 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I brought reinforcements because the JBC scares me. The purpose of this bill is to add $5 million to the general fund to the Criminal Justice Diversion Program, line item in the Behavioral Health Administration, in the General Assembly's intent that the increased funding be used to support the expansion of co-responder programs. So I just want to tell y'all a little story, but I'm not going to do it as good as my rural Colorado friends. So just like we have in Douglas County Sheriff's Office, they have implemented, like many other law enforcement agencies, a co-responder crisis center in which deputy sheriffs are teamed up with mental health professionals to respond to certain calls for service. So if you have someone that's having a mental health crisis, for example, in Douglas County, we have a great program to include our municipal police departments. However, even though Douglas County has expanded our program, there's still a need for expansion. Often on the police radio, it's clear that they don't have a crisis resource team available to answer these mental health distress calls. When a CRT team can't respond, it's left to the patrol deputies to answer, and they don't have a direct partnership with the mental health professionals. We need funding to enhance programs like this throughout the state of Colorado, not just in Douglas County. Thank you.
Representative Marshall.
I rise in support of this. This morning when we started this free-for-all, it was my policy that I was going to vote against everything until I found out, well, there may be extra money if bills fail to go forward, then the extra money may be available. This is an excellent program, and it's to add a little bit addition to it. I am highly critical of the Douglas County Sheriff's Department on many occasions, but one of the reasons is I have such high expectations of them, and when they fall short, I have higher expectations, and when they're not met, of course, get upset. But this is one of the reasons we have such high expectations of our Douglas County Sheriff's Department. This is an excellent program that they've been doing in order to reduce the level of violent interactions between law enforcement and people in mental health crisis and get those people mental health help rather than getting them into the jails. So again, I think this is an excellent amendment and a program that needs additional support.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this fabulous amendment. I have spoken to this body about these teams in Douglas County, and I think it's really important to point out that we have expanded the program, but we've also expanded the program to our youth. And so we have youth CRTs. These teams are really the bridge between families, law enforcement, healthcare, and the schools. And they're really doing great work to make sure that our kids are where they need to be from a mental health standpoint and getting the help that they desperately need. It's a really successful program. And so, you know what, if you love mental health treatment and really addressing these problems in our state, vote yes on this amendment.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in support of this amendment. This program can partner existing community members like police and sheriff and create a better way of addressing school safety. So I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm going to stand for spending money on mental and behavioral health, and this is a good bill. The only thing I would add is that we also have SOLO, or social services responder programs, and I think we should include that too, because those also are very effective, and they take the law enforcement aspect out completely when that's appropriate. So thank you.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, I'm back to my normal self now. These are fantastic programs. I worked with these extensively when I was in law enforcement, and the problem is they're critically under-resourced. My agency had positions for 4. We were only ever able to keep 2 of those positions staffed. There's an incredibly high turnover rate to these positions, and so being able to have additional resources to be able to compensate these folks for what they're worth, for the job that we're asking them to do, which is a critically important job. It's also substantially different from the work that they would do in a clinical setting because they are out working in the field with folks who are in acute crisis. It's excuse me, a fantastic program that does not have enough resources. It's why my agency usually only could ever fill 2 out of 4 spots, and so I would ask for an aye on this.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mine is more of a question. So we have $5 million, and it sounds like, and I think my colleagues know, but it might help everybody else, and it might be only anecdotal, but is there a, what I would say is a cost or even say a business case? Like what's the, like if we spend, say Douglas County spends $5 million on this program, what do they expect to save? Because it sounds like they would save in terms of law enforcement response, putting people in jail that should not be in jail, that just creates more problems. So it would help me, and maybe it would help some other colleagues, and I think there's probably a positive number. I just wonder if it's more anecdotal or the benefit, or if it's if there are some hard numbers that are known.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this. You know, in rural Colorado, I've said it once, I'll say it again, understaffed, underserved. This is really going to help our ability to help more people. You know, we talk about, especially around mental health, and, you know, we all know that that's a crisis, and the people in my district need as much help as they can get. So I stand in strong support of this. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Representative Strota?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the the look at the co-responder program, and I think the General Assembly agreed so much that it has already previously allocated ARPA funding to this end. So I would ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion on J145? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J145 to Senate Bill 214. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. J145 passes. Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment J140 and ask that it be displayed.
J140 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The purpose of this bill is to add $5 million to the general fund for the jail-based behavioral health services line item and the BHA in the Department of Human Services. We did a lot of talking to local sheriffs, and I just want to read a little bit about what jail-based behavioral services is. It's to inmates who are leaving their custody and going back into the community. That is funded in large part through the State of Colorado Correctional Treatment Board. JBBS is based on the Sheriff's Office and other providers like community health centers, identifying inmates who will be released from jail and identifying what services they might need when going back out into the community and begin providing these services while still incarcerated in jail. When inmates are released, they are already set up with those services and continue to receive those services out in the community. The need would be for additional funding to enhance and increase our ability to provide jail-based services like behavioral and mental health that would assist inmates being released from jail. If we can increase all of their services to inmates being released, they are less likely to recidivate back into the criminal justice system. I think we've all spoken under this dome that when we offer services like this and we help rehab inmates, then they're less likely to have higher recidivism rates. And I'm all for giving people a chance. So I ask for a yes vote on this amendment, please.
Representative Marshall.
I also rise in support of this extra money to go to this program. One of the main platforms I ran on was mental health and how we've let our prisons and jails become the default mental health system for everyone over 18 in Colorado. I know in Douglas County, more than 50% of the people that are incarcerated there now are on psychotropic drugs. And the head of the detention operations down there made it clear their number one issue is taking care of the mental health needs of the population they have there. And they're very concerned about when they release them, what happens to them. So we have a half-century disaster that's been in the making where we've allowed our mental health institutions to collapse, and now we expect our schools to be the mental health providers of everyone under 18, and our jails and prisons, the mental health providers for everyone over 18. That's the system we have right now. And when I got here, I decided to defer to the representative in Boulder with so much more knowledge. But this is an issue we need to address, and unfortunately, this is the system we have right now. So to take care of these problems, I urge a strong yes on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Armagast.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in support of this amendment. This is something that is very crucial, especially for the sake of recidivism and preventing recidivism. But for the people that are suffering from mental illness and severe mental health issues, when they go to jail, they get the treatment they need for the short time they're there, but where that breakdown happens is when they're released. And that's the kind of thing that definitely needs the funding to stay alive and keep that link, keep that bond to help those people stay on the right track and medication if need be, so that they don't recidivate, they don't end up back in the system. Because that's not where they belong. They belong where they can get the proper treatment, and we need to make sure that we're funding the right resources to make sure that happens.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I understand the intention of this amendment, and I think it is a good intention. If I were king, I would spend this $5 million on hospital beds, because people who have serious and persistent mental illness need care, not cuffs. But as long as we are housing people in jail, we ought to be taking good care of them while they're there. So I encourage a yes vote.
Any further discussion? Representative Byrd.
Wah, wah. So, I'm just sorry. So I appreciate this, and members, we've invested significantly in this area, and I ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion on J140? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J140 to Senate Bill 214. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. J140 fails. Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honored to serve with you.
Thank you. I'd like to move Amendment J158 to Senate Bill 214 and have it displayed.
J158 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Catlin.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, this is a plea from my district. We are very short of mental health beds. In the town of Cortez, they have to drive people to another town. Telluride has to bring people to Montrose. Ouray brings people to Montrose. Gunnison is short of mental health beds. This amendment asks for 10 psychiatric beds in Montrose, Cortez, and Gunnison. The total is $10,950,000. Probably sounds like an awful lot of money to some of you, but today, on the western slope of Colorado, we have a much bigger need that's being addressed. This is an attempt by my communities to say we need help, and we need help now. This is a good amendment. Vote yes.
Representative Amabile.
I couldn't let my friend from the Western Slope be up here talking about this all by himself. This really gets to the heart of the matter. We need more inpatient psychiatric beds. We need them here on the Front Range. We need them in rural Colorado. We need them in northern Colorado, southern Colorado. We need them everywhere. And I strongly urge a yes vote.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also agree with Representative Catlin in this amendment. We share a district either before or after redistricting, and I can attest to the fact that he is absolutely correct that we have a drastic shortage of these beds. And if you live in Durango and you have to use one and the beds are full, the few beds that are there, we have to go all the way to Grand Junction. And if you know the drive between Durango and Grand Junction, it's huge, and if there's a snowstorm, it's almost impossible. So we need them locally. Thank you.
Representative Sroda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While I appreciate the need here as well, I need to ask for a no vote. We cannot dictate the exact location of beds, and the BHA is working very hard on our capacity issues across the state to serve Coloradans, but we are also facing tremendous workforce challenges, and we can't just allocate funding for beds that we don't have an actual workforce for. So I would ask for a no vote as we allow our agency to continue the work to expand our capacity and ability to serve Coloradans through their current work.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to rise in support of the two representatives from Southwest Colorado. There isn't an alternative in this particular case, with all due respect to JBC. Grand Junction is 140 miles away from Durango, and very similar to Telluride, and some of the most mountainous and difficult passes in the entire state exist between Grand Junction and Durango and Grand Junction and Telluride. These folks really need a facility. Thank you.
Any further discussion on J158? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J158 to Senate Bill 214. Those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. J158 fails. Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're back up here to bat again, so I would request that J094 be properly displayed.
Sorry, did I hear you move?
Move.
move J.
J094.
Let's try that one more time.
I move that J094 be properly displayed.
Two separate things, so move it and then ask for it to be properly displayed.
I move that J094
And?
and be properly displayed.
Great. J094 has been moved and is now properly displayed. Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we're back up here swinging for the fence line on this again. You know, all across Colorado, especially rural Colorado, all through the Front Range here, the courthouse and the judicial department, they need infrastructure improvements. They need money to fix their buildings, their infrastructure, everything inside, outside, to do their job for criminal justice. And as you just heard, some of the mental health pieces. So we urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also stand in strong support of this amendment. In my district, we have some of those beautiful courthouses, Bent County, Los Animas County, but in a lot of these counties, their jail is attached to these courthouses. So, you know, low revenue in some of these counties. I sure appreciate your consideration on an aye vote. Help us out. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll be in a brief recess. The committee will come to order. Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. See if I can get this straight. I move to withdraw Amendment 094.
That motion is proper. J094 is withdrawn. Representative Winter.
So we can skip those two, right? Yeah. Okay. Madam Chair, I would like to move Amendment 100 and ask that it properly be displayed.
That is a proper motion. And Amendment J100 is properly displayed. Representative Winter.
For the same reasons we explained before, we're just trying to help prop up these courthouses, judicial areas. We strongly urge an aye vote.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. After concurring with the JBC staff, we didn't get the home run that we were hoping for, but we got to first base, so we are certainly good with that, and we appreciate their good faith in negotiations, and we urge an aye vote on the amendment, please.
Any Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the long bill, we've already taken the maintenance for the courthouses into consideration and funded them, so we'll ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion on J100? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of J100 to Senate Bill 214. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. J100 passes. Representative Holtorf, I see, is coming down to the well very quickly as he can, given his last story. Representative Holtorf. We're on J111. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Despite the JBC's request for more horse stories, I am not going to be able to oblige, Madam Chair. My good colleague from House District 56. I'm going to continue with this I move J111 to Senate Bill 214 and ask that it properly be displayed.
J111 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Holtorf to J111.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate your leadership.
You're welcome.
Now, people have asked me why I am so interested in this amendment. To the Office of the State Public Defenders in the Judicial Department, I'm asking to strip money away. And to include, this is $7 million and 40 FTE. And I see a lot of my colleagues over here that are eager, like a horse at the bit, ready to run. And I welcome that, Madam Chair, because there's something significant that's happened in Colorado. It's not a surprise. We repealed capital punishment and the death penalty. Now, there was capacity built in the Judicial Department to provide those lawyers in those capital cases. Now, granted, when that bill came through, I was staunchly opposed to that. Because murder is murder, killing is killing, and there's some things that you cannot undo. We took that tool out of the toolbox, Madam Chair, but what we didn't do was consider all the judicial capacity that was in there. They don't have to do that job anymore, Madam Chair. So why do we have all that money there? Now, we can spend money. We're good at that. But what about balancing those needs and making those attorneys move to different areas and do other things? I know they feel like they're overworked, certainly not underpaid, but overworked. In some cases, they feel like they're underpaid. But I will tell you that this is an area that we need to look at. Additionally, Madam Chair, I'd like to mention another point. We've got a lot of what they call soft on crime DAs, deputy DAs and others. There are so many things getting plea bargained away. There are so many things that we are not even prosecuting in this state. So how about that? Those public defenders aren't even having to try most of the cases that should be tried, in my humble opinion, but are not, because we're just writing them off. So for that reason, and other reasons that I mentioned, and probably some reasons that I don't even know, in this soft on crime environment, why do we need that $7 million? I think it can be better used in other areas. I would gladly, and it's not in the amendment, Madam Chair, I know, so I don't want to get off the amendment, invest that in behavioral and mental health. For that, I encourage an aye vote.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm going to encourage a no vote on the amendment, as I have, I think, each of my prior 6 years when we've seen an amendment like this one. I'll say a little bit more about why. In 1963, the Supreme Court decided Gideon v. Wainwright, which held that any time a defendant in a criminal matter faces the prospect of incarceration, there's an obligation to provide defense if somebody is indigent and cannot have representation on their own. Previous to that, there had been sort of splitting of hairs about what types of defendants, what types of cases. Gideon made it the law that every state has this obligation to comply with. Now, different states do that in different ways. I think that we do it the right way, which is we have a centralized state office of the public defender. Other states, I think Texas has one, it's very, very atomized. The nature of indigent defense that you get may vary based on county. That prospect, frankly, terrifies me. But what we do is we fund a centralized state office of the public defender, which is an independent agency present in the judicial branch, really only for operational but not for control purposes. They operate in terms of offices organized by county around the state. They don't perfectly track judicial districts, but there's some similarity. And there's a state appellate division. This is how we provide defense to folks who cannot afford their own attorney in Colorado. It is a good system. This is how the prosecution is put to its burden, and that does include the 93, 95% of matters that are pled out. You really want to see the public defender budget get even bigger, have more things go to trial than plead out. It is more resource intensive. I had a conversation with the former head of the office to the effect that they achieve a better success rate for their clients when they do go to trial. The reality is that criminal prosecution is a plea-based system, and that is a subject I'm happy to discuss, but it's far outside the four corners of this amendment. At any rate, everybody, wherever your criminal justice philosophy is, everybody deserves to have confidence that the outcomes of our criminal legal system are the right outcomes. That means the beyond a reasonable doubt standard has to be met. That means the prosecution should be put to its burden of proof. That means, among other things, that there should be robust defense for all defendants, including, in relevant point here, those who cannot afford their own counsel. We go too far in the direction of not doing that. You're going to see consequences. You're going to see risk of errors in the system. You're going to see things possibly attacked on appeal, and nobody wants that. Defense doesn't want that. Prosecution doesn't want that. I'm here to tell you survivors of crime certainly don't want that, because among other things, what they want is finality. We had a conversation about the Department of Corrections earlier. DOC does not send people to DOC. I mean, we do, in terms of what the laws are on the books. So I do believe that some people need to spend time. Some people transgress public safety so seriously that there needs to be punishment for that. But as we think about how we use limited state resources to work out that punishment, it's not just the DOC budget. It's not just the county jails that they have to pay for with their funds. It's not even just the behavioral health things that we spoke of that I do believe we should invest more in to try to divert folks from ending up in these consequences, but to really have a holistic understanding of what it means to pay for our criminal legal set of consequences. You do have to include OSPD and, by the way, also ADC, because that is a downstream consequence of some of the choices that we make about what is criminal, what level of criminal, what is misdemeanor, what is felony 6 versus felony 3, for example, or anything in the middle. Folks who do this work are very certainly underpaid. That was true before a couple of years of compound 7, 8, 9% inflation. It's more true now. To the representative from Akron, folks are moved around. If you sign up to work for OSPD, you are not guaranteed to work in the office that is closest to you. You go to work where there is need. A friend of mine went to work for this office years ago and had to commute from Adams County to Greeley daily because that was the assignment. So you take the assignment. And again, nobody does this to do well financially. They do it because they believe in the work. And because I believe in the work, I'm here to ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also urge a no vote on this amendment. If you know of any public defenders, we have a former public defender from Denver County as a member of this chamber. Public defenders are very overworked. They are very overworked. I work as an attorney, eviction defense attorney. I do about 30 cases a month. Public defenders have 150 to 200 cases going on at a single time. And their cases have to do with whether people's basic constitutional rights are being defended. Innocent till proven guilty. Gideon v. Wainwright. These offices are already understaffed, and they're understaffed because we're not funding this program enough. We need to pay public defenders more. We need more money in this program, not less money in this program. Imagine being responsible for 200 lives at a given time. I have friends who have done this, 25, 26 years old. They graduate from law school. This is the first real job that they have. They have 200 lives in their hands, and they're making about $50,000 a year when the rent in Denver is $2,500 a month, $2,000 a month. That's unacceptable. We need to spend more money on this program, not less. Vote no on this amendment.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment. This is one of the most fundamental constitutional rights that we have. I know how much my colleagues in this chamber value our constitutional rights. Cutting the knees out from under the Public Defender's Office is not the way to protect the Constitution and our fundamental constitutional rights. I would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My colleagues from Denver and Boulder County, and also Aurora, probably Arapahoe County, perhaps Adams County, I'm not sure. I understand what you're saying, and I in absolutely no way in this amendment want to jeopardize those constitutional rights. So I'm going to present some information here. Office of State Public Defender, $130 million budget in 22-23, 1,050.1 FTE. Over 1,000 people across this state to do that job. Now, in 23-24, and this is part of the premise of my amendment, Madam Chair. Now, the proposed budget request in Senate Bill 214 is $155,572. $694 million. So we've gone up north of 25 million on the budget. North of 25 million. So nobody's constitutional rights are getting infringed, ladies and gentlemen. I've asked for a mere $7 million haircut. Now you think, my goodness, that's an expensive haircut. Now, that's a colloquial term from eastern Colorado, just so you know. Don't get excited. Don't get confused. It's colloquial, a haircut. Just trim a little off the back. Tighten up around the ears. Do we need another $25 million? Oh, by the way, the FTE increases 48 personnel. I've only asked to cut back 40. You can still have the 8. Now, I know everybody's overworked. Believe me, we understand that in agriculture. Sometimes you got to do more. But are we that overworked? If you look at the judicial prosecutorial level, with all these step downs we've done over the last 3 or 4 years, are they overworked? What's their caseload? They might think they're underpaid. We all do that. Everybody thinks they need more money. We're all underpaid. But if you think this amendment is trying to shut down anybody's constitutional rights or take away from the Office of State Public Defender, all we're asking for is $7 million. $7 million back's $148 million that's still going to that office, and the FTE still lies at 1,058 personnel. That's all this amendment does, just to keep the record straight. When I'm talking about a little haircut here, trying to save some money for this state that doesn't seem to want to back up any on this state budget. Because, Madam Chair, we do have a $4 billion increase in the state budget. And it keeps going higher and higher. So therefore, I would request an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Any further discussion on J111? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of J111 to Senate Bill 214. Those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. J111 fails. Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move J120 and ask that it be displayed.
J120 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Ricks.
Members, this amendment asks for $200,000 to be moved into the Immigration Legal Defense Fund. This is a fund that supports workers here in Colorado who may be undocumented, but they're going through the deportation process, not for criminal reasons, and I want to be clear about that, but because maybe their visas have expired. As we know, we do have a shortage here, and undocumented people are a big part of the employee base and workers base of Colorado. So this fund supports these workers as they're going through, And if you are in the court system for immigration, and you have a lawyer, you're 7 times more likely to have a favorable outcome where you can get bail, you can continue to work and stay with your family. I ask for your support on this bill.
Representative Lasco.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I urge an aye vote on this amendment. We know that this process really helps keep families together, and we know that family is so important to be able to take care of each other, to be able to continue to have thriving communities. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. The JBC maintained the fiscal year 22-23 long bill amendment of an additional $250,000 of general fund appropriation to the Immigration Legal Defense Fund on an ongoing basis. So we have already committed to funding this and ask for a no vote on the additional amendment.
Is there any further discussion on J120? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of J120 to Senate Bill 214. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. J120 fails. Representative Velasco.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I withdraw my amendment J125.
J125 has been withdrawn. Thank you, Representative. Representative Ricks.
Sorry, Madam Chair.
It's all right. Go ahead, Representative Ricks.
I move J115 and ask that it be displayed.
J115 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Ricks.
So members, this bill, this amendment is requesting $800,000 to be moved to support the integration of foreign doctors within our medical workforce. As we know, by the year 2030, there are going to be a huge shortage in rural Colorado and in the metro area when it comes to doctors. There are 2 programs that this money will support as far as helping to get these foreign doctors licensed and also giving them a paid internship within hospitals like Denver Health. I ask for your aye vote on this amendment.
Any further, Representative? Oh, yeah, sorry, Representative Bakkefeld.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've already dealt with this issue in the long bill. We've appropriated $201,631 from the general fund for this purpose. I ask for a no vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree that we're short on doctors. I just wanted to point out the irony of the bills of this past weekend that have specifically target doctors for discipline and removal and huge fines for not being ideologically aligned with the majority of this body. So I think this is whether this is appropriate or not, I think it's ironic of this body to attack doctors on one side and then promote funding on another. So, yeah, that's it.
Any further discussion on J115? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J115 to Senate Bill 214. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. J115 fails. Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you.
I move J107 and ask that it properly be displayed.
J107 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fellow colleagues, this adds a footnote specifying that the Unemployment Compensation Fund of the Department of Labor and Employment can only be used for the purpose outlined in statute related to unemployment insurance. Good footnote, vote yes.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I ask for a no vote. If the General Assembly wishes to change the the ways in which we are funding out of specific funds, then that should be run through a bill, not directing through a footnote.
Representative Weinberg.
Members, I disagree with Rhoda, and I urge I vote.
Any further discussion on J107? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J107 to Senate Bill 214. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. J107 fails. Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment J131 and ask that it be displayed.
J131 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Mabry.
Okay, members, what this amendment is about is we want to look into how we can support our restaurant workers. Many restaurant workers in Colorado are paid the sub-minimum wage, which means they can be paid less than minimum wage if they are tipped. Many states across the country have gotten rid of the sub-minimum wage. 7 states already pay the minimum wage to tipped workers. And I think as a state, we need to analyze and evaluate how different tip practices will impact wages, impact workers, and how they will impact restaurants. We want to make sure that we're studying the impact that this will have in Colorado before we simply just bring a law and mandate it. We want to see how it'll impact our economy specifically. And so I urge and I vote. This is a $65,000 allocation to the Department of Labor and Employment to study this issue.
Representative DeGraff.
See, here's the benefit of the free market is that you can turn the economy loose on all these kinds of problems, and they can work out a solution. A restaurant is free to attract labor by offering a higher salary and perhaps no tipping. I've seen some restaurants that do that. That's very popular in Europe. That's kind of the standard. Or they can offer a combination. It's going to depend. And then on the other side, you have the workers that are making a choice. So really, the best thing that we could do for the workers is to create a strong and thriving economy, which we can create by lowering the regulatory and tax burden coming out of this body, and then get a sane energy policy that's not locked into a death spiral with green energy. So if you really want to help, which I'm not convinced that that's the case, if you want to really help, you need to look at what's behind the problems and not add to them. What this body is going to typically do with a study and then impose I'm curious what you're going to come out of with a study. Are you going to come out of a study and have a mandate as to how we're going to all of a sudden impose like we do with rent control, which we know is going to have a deleterious effect on the economy? Are we going to do that in the restaurants as well and then start dictating from this body how the economy runs? So at what point do we protect the rights and do we secure the rights of our individuals and stop trying to impose an ideology that we know, because it has proven ineffective time and time again?
Representative, I'm just going to direct you to the amendment, please.
So the amendment on the study, what do you hope to achieve, and what would be the results, and what would you anticipate the action being out of this body?
Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members, for staying awake and alert with us while we go through all these. I rise in support of this amendment. I have not pledged my support for a lot of amendments today. I am very much in favor of this one, and the reason why is because we have a long-standing issue in this country with tipped wages. Tipping culture is highly problematic. It has deep roots in other labor abuses and systemic racism, and we haven't given it a good, thorough look like we need to know how we can make this better or how we can move past it if indeed that's what we need to do. So I ask for a yes vote, and thank you very much for your attention.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment. As somebody who has run several tip-based businesses, this is not about racism. This is not about some sort of abuse. This is business, and if you don't know how business works, then it creates an issue when you start legislating it. So I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand in support of this amendment because I believe that it is essential that as a legislative body, we make recommendations from an informed perspective on policy. Being able to allocate funds for a study to evaluate the real impact of what focusing on tipped wages does in our communities will allow us to bring forward policy that will truly help our communities and our service workers. I urge a yes vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank my colleague. I thank my colleague for making the very strong case as to why you should vote no for this amendment, because it is, as stated, this study is going to, the purpose of this study and the bulvarism around systemic racism and the tipping culture, where do you even begin with taking an argument and just saying, well, it's based on systemic racism? There's absolutely no basis for that. There's lots of people that work in the tipping economy, and there's lots of people that choose the tipping economy. The tipping economy can be incredibly lucrative, and that's why people go into those jobs. Now, sometimes the hourly wage works out to be lower, and sometimes it works out to be higher. Sometimes it works out to be a break even, and sometimes people leave the job and sometimes people stay the job. If you look across the economy, there are people that stay in tip-related jobs for years. They remain in those positions for years because they work according to their abilities. A tip is to improve performance, and people will stay in those. So that this legislative body wants to waste $6 million on spending on waste $6 million on was it $6 million? 65,000. I'm sorry, I read it. Even waste $65,000 on a study to justify meddling in an economy that it has very little knowledge. This body of 100 people that we have in total in this building has very little knowledge compared to the continual evaluation. The way the free market works is this problem is being continually evaluated. It's on a day-to-day basis. What is hurting people out there in the economy is the inflation. You have a high level of inflation. You have a lot of problems, and if you trace them back, most of them go back to the energy, which goes back to
Representative
yes, ma'am.
DeGraff, I'm just going to, again, scoot you back to the amendment and the study in the amendment. If we could just talk to that would be fantastic.
What if I say buckaroo? Does that help at all, or not really?
I'm going to let you speak to the amendment, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to the amendment, $65,000, yes, it's not a whole lot of money. The idea that this body needs to start getting its fingers into something that the free market is evaluating on a minute-by-minute basis is ludicrous. What you're going to come out with a $65,000 is a justification, is an excuse to do whatever is behind this to do. And that will, I'd say, pretty much guarantee that it will make the problem worse. So what this body ought to do is it should start looking at ways it can stop foobarring the economy and start improving the economy by getting out of the way.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank my colleague for actually proving the point of why this amendment is necessary with so much misinformation and assumptions being just said. So there are already 7 states that pay a minimum wage to tip workers, which gives us a pretty good body of which to evaluate the real impact on the economy. So it is important that we vote yes on this amendment so we can have the information that we need in order to bring forward policy that can have a real positive impact on Colorado. I urge a yes vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If there's 7 states that have already done this, so here's what we have. We have 7 states, and there's a $65,000 request to spend and to come up with a determination. So I would like to ask my colleague what the determination she expects out of this, because if there are 7 states that have already done this, what is the result? If 7 states already have a minimum wage, then we already have 7 studies as to what has occurred. And if it's an improvement for businesses, if it's an improvement for businesses, then that is something that they can offer themselves. If it is something for business or for the employees, which is great, no problems there, then they can negotiate that themselves. They could negotiate minimum wage perhaps over being hired on in a tip basis. You know, we do have individual agency here. So right now, I think it's pretty obvious that we have a study in search of an excuse to implement something. So I'm just wondering what that is that my colleague is looking to implement.
Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I'm just going to recommend everyone go onto your smartphone or your computer and just Google the words history of tipping in America so we can all better educate ourselves about the roots of this payment practice. And I just want to suggest to everyone that we do have many members of this body, myself included, who currently or recently have lived on a tipped wage. It is a big hazard to one's financial health. There are way too many variables. There are lots of opportunities for you to effectively experience wage theft. It is not necessarily the most just system for compensation we have ever devised, and therefore it is worth looking at to get to the bottom of, and I again ask for a yes vote.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote on this. I've spent much of my life in the tip industry, and I've done just fine. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
So again, we have a solution in search of a problem here. Yes, there can be issues with a tip economy. It's what it's based on. It's going to be based on the clientele, whether they're good tippers. It's going to be based on the performance of the service. I'm more of a 20% tip myself, but everybody differs, and it is a very free market in that regard. There are people that spend decades in this practice because it is more lucrative for them, especially if they do a good job with it. They move to different services. They move into areas that better recognize their capacity, and that in itself is the nature of the free market. So where you have the opportunity to grow and expand. So having this aspect of the economy is not something that a body with the limited knowledge that this body has, and certainly the limited knowledge that a $65,000 study is going to provide, that study is not going to provide anything. It's not going to provide anything useful. It's just going to form the basis that has already been determined. That's going to provide the excuse to come back at some point in the next year or two and to attack a subsector of our economy, make it more difficult on businesses to pay their help. restaurants use tipping, you know, a lot of them you don't. I mean, we would also have to look at what is the effect of the going to a minimum wage, where all of a sudden you have restaurants going out of business. Previous bills we're looking at even, you know, minimum wage and requiring it even if there was no work required. And, you know, what is that going to do to our overall costs? So it's just another sector. Minimum wage in general, if you look at, if you listen to economists like Thomas Sowell, all minimum wage does typically is it keeps people off the bottom rung of the labor scale. And what keeping somebody off the bottom rung does is it keeps them from moving up the scale. So a tipping base is also not intent necessarily, although there are people that make entire careers out of the tipping-based industry, the tipping-based industry is typically not one that is meant to be, oh, I guess I'm supposed to be offended by that. The tipping-based economy is not necessarily one that's made to be a career and life choice. That's why you develop the skills in that service economy, usually, often for your lower skilled workers, maybe, and then they're going to move their way up. So again, this entire justification is clearly something that it's a predetermined outcome. This study has a predetermined outcome, so we don't need to spend this $65,000, and that predetermined outcome is just an excuse for this body to present a bill to meddle in part of an economy that it has absolutely no clue how to do. So then we will do more damage, and then we'll have to come back and have more bills to try to fix it and wonder why we're chasing jobs out of the state.
Representative DeGraff.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, to the amendment, please.
To the amendment and a $65,000 study that is going to provide the basis for legislation that will be bad for business starts off itself as a very, very bad idea. So granted, it's only $65,000, but the ideas behind it and what it will build into are much, much more damaging. I think we can pretty much guarantee that. So I vote no on this, and then have this body start thinking in terms of its job in securing the rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, as opposed to micromanaging an economy and imposing a totality of ideology.
Representative Byrd.
So, members, I just want to thank everybody for the robust conversation about this amendment. I know I learned a lot, and definitely respect some of the defense and the request for this. But notwithstanding, I must respectfully ask for a no vote on this amendment. Understanding the impact of tip practices on our wage structures, jobs, and economic activity is indeed an important topic. But the Division of Labor Standards and Statistics at CDLE is not the right organization to conduct this analysis. DLSS's primary role is to enforce labor law on important topics like minimum wage, overtime, wage theft, union management relations, and employee rights. While this is a very important policy, it would be best considered including identifying a most appropriate venue and funding amount for such a study through a bill rather than a long bill budget amendment. Also, we might note that $65,000 could be insufficient to conduct a high-quality study. So again, respectfully ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion on J131? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J131 to Senate Bill 214. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. J131 fails. Representative Garcia.
I move Amendment J142 to Senate Bill 214 and ask that it be displayed properly.
142 is moved and displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. Members, what this amendment does is it allocates $25 million of the general fund to go to rental assistance. As we know, rents continue to increase, families continue to lose their jobs, fall into hardship. Rent continues to be a challenge to make, and by continuing to fund the state's rental assistance program, we can help keep people in their homes, and I urge a yes vote.
Representative Mayberry.
Thank you, Chair Valdez. Members, I am really excited to rise in support of this amendment. The Emergency Rental Assistance Program was perhaps the most effective program that we stood up in the wake of COVID with federal relief dollars to keep people in their homes. This program has stabilized about 100,000 Coloradans who are facing eviction. And the good thing about this program is it's quite popular with both landlords and tenants. There, in our SMART Act hearing for the Housing Committee, we heard about how demand for rental assistance under the Emergency Rental Assistance Program never went down. It's still the same as what it was in 2021, 2022. Families are still struggling to pay their rent, and this program has helped cut evictions in our state by 60%, again, in a way that helps both landlords and tenants. The way that this program works is it pays all back rent, it covers late fees, and it covers 3 months of future rent for tenants who qualify. And with that added stability for renters, renters are able to catch up on other bills, and they're just generally in a better position. I see how great this program is. Every day in my day job, we make referrals to it when clients are behind on their rent. And so urge an aye vote on this.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Mr. Chair. $25 million reasons why this body needs to stop meddling with the economy. This body is strangling, government in general is strangling the economy to impose an ideology, and it is forcing people out of their homes. What is going to keep people in their homes is a strong economy. You want to have a robust workforce. You want to have a robust industry. You want to have a robust, the income. You need to have a large basis for income. That this body, that legislation is choking the economy, and then further choking it by taking money from another place and then trying to cover up the symptoms of the damage that it's doing is again, it's 25 million reasons why this body is failing the people of Colorado. This is the standard. There is no problem that the government can't make worse with a solution. This $25 million is going to come out of somebody's pocket. Lots of this money is, and maybe in the terms of the budget, $25 million itself is not the actual, is not the end of it when we're spending billions. But $25 million here and there starts to add up to real money. So here's something that we could do as a legislative body that would be within the bounds of our ability, which would be in the bounds. And now, I know this is going to sound ridiculous and it's not going to happen, but we could leave money in people's pockets. Did everybody hear that? Did everybody hear that? What we could do as a body is we could, I'm trying to get to you, Will. I'm trying to get to you. We could leave money in people's pockets. See, that's crazy, right? Because this $25 million is not just $25 million. It has to come out of somebody else's pocket. It has to be collected. It has to go around the whole gamut, so it's even more. So what is the damage of that $25 million out of the economy? Well, it's a lot higher than the benefit that it's going to do. So maybe at some point, this body could leave some money in people's pockets. But no, we're gonna spend billions this year. We're gonna spend billions, and now we're gonna spend the next 5 weeks figuring out how we can spend millions more. Oh, and the other night, we just spent hundreds of millions of dollars that don't even go on this budget because it's gonna put insurance companies out of business. Because it's money. And you're going to drive these companies out of business, and you're going to drive them out of Colorado, and then you're going to make the problem worse because, oh, but you solve that problem by saying rates can't go up, premiums can't go up, and there can't be a deductible. So $25 million to pave over a symptom of the malfeasance of this body is an absolute insult to the people of Colorado.
Keep it to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if, and this is a massive if you really want to help, then what you can do is we can start voting down some funding, and we can start reducing some funding. We can get a sane energy policy that isn't punitive against the citizens of this state instead of trying to make up for, again, the malfeasance of this body in taking the money out of the economy, crippling it, and then trying to pave over it by taking more. So, yeah, I can see. So the one thing that I appreciate about this amendment is that it's recognizing the sheer level of damage, or I'd say a partial level of damage that this body does to the economy.
Representative DeGraff,
Yes, sir.
please stop insinuating that the body is doing damage.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Just proceed with your comments. Just keep it from impugning the body's motives.
Sir, I'm not impugning the body's motives. I don't know why it's doing this damage. I just know that it is. So I would vote however you want, but at least recognize the damage that the legislation is having on the economy and do something sane for it, like leaving money in people's pockets instead of just circulating it around.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Chairman Valdez. Members, the federal government envisioned the Emergency Rental Assistance Program as a temporary program to support vulnerable renters during the pandemic. As we transition out of a once-in-a-lifetime public health emergency, our state must determine what is best for the state of Colorado. Proposition 123 includes rental assistance as an eligible spending activity. However, it is just one of the several activities to support vulnerable low-income renters and homeless individuals. The Department of Local Affairs is gathering public comments on the best way to administer the $123. Public feedback will inform our long-term strategy on rental assistance. Existing dollars will continue to support renters at imminent risk of eviction. The $8 million supplemental appropriation is estimated to support 1,275 households facing imminent risk of eviction. These dollars are critical to minimizing evictions until Proposition 123 is in place. Members, for these reasons, I ask for a no vote.
Is it Representative Mayberry?
Thank you, Chair Valdez. Members, I am glad that the representative from Arapahoe County? Okay, Watkins, Arapahoe, did mention 123. This is actually part of the reason why we're bringing this amendment, because 123 does allocate $56 million a year that could go to rental assistance. It can also go to various other things. It's unclear how within that bucket of $56 million the money will be spent, but this year, only half of that money is available for rental assistance. And again, because DOLA had mentioned to us that they did not see demand go down for this program, we think it is essential to pass this amendment to have this money to keep Coloradans in their homes. And just so folks know how this program works, these are this amendment is asking for one-time funding. It's one-time funding that will go to DOLA, and DOLA allocates the money directly to the landlords. This money does not go to the tenants, it goes to the landlords. So this program has broad-based buy-in from landlords, big and small, across the state, and we view it as an essential part of the housing puzzle here in Colorado. So members, please vote yes.
Representative DeGraff.
All right, so I'm curious on this now. $56 million a year was allocated, but it's unclear how that money was spent, and approximately only half of it was available, so that's $28 million. So the $28 million, if $56 million was allocated, basically in this capacity, and only $28 million was spent, roughly half, then it would seem there's $28 million that's already someplace in an allocated fund, but I don't, and correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, this is a big, thick stack of amendments of the money that we're spending on behalf of Colorado. Obviously, this is a 25 million, 56 million. These are very small numbers for anybody watching. So what's going to happen to the 28 million that was not allocated, and why is that not, and maybe it is in here that I'm just missing it, but where is that 28 million that was not spent by DOLA with the 123 program that would be able to cover this $25 million? Otherwise, it looks like we spent $56 million, and then we spent $28 million of it, and then we leave $28 million as a slush fund. Yeah, slush funds happen. And then we allocate another $25 million on top of that to make up for the money that we can't get out of the program that was allocated for it in the first place. So I know that $25 million is not real money. It's just wafer thin. But I'm curious, just from the budgetary standpoint, how that works. With the $56 million, only half of it's available. What happened to the other half? There's probably a great explanation. I just don't know it. And then as for a one-time DOLA funding, one-time funding to DOLA, how do we know? Well, I guess this is an amendment, so it doesn't have this doesn't have a recurring process to it. So it seems again that we're papering over bad legislation with just taxpayer money.
Representative Garcia.
Members, I just want to reiterate that the actual demand for rental assistance in Colorado is $200 million a year. We are asking for a modest $25 million, which will help prevent 4,000 evictions in this state. These are families, these are individuals, these are professionals that fall in hard times, and they need support. Colorado already established this fund to help our residents, and we need to refill this. I respectfully, kind of pushily, ask for a yes vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Well, I appreciate my colleague's response, and maybe somebody else can come up and answer the question as to what happened if only half of the money out of the 1, 2, 3 program was allocated. What happened to the other half that was not available? Why wasn't it available for this if it was essentially for this type purpose? And I am very sympathetic to the $200 million need, and unfortunately, this is only, 1/8 of that, so this is only 12.5% of that need. And again, I think it highlights what we need to do as a body to get actually serious about this, because this $200 million is that's a serious number that we can't just chase down. We can't just chase down with an economy that's melting down because we want to apply our ideology to it. So your ideology. So again, what happened to the 28 million? Why is only half of it available? If we spend this 25 million, what happens to the 28 million? That's maybe somebody from the JBC or maybe somebody with better knowledge on the, I'm not saying there's not a good reason. I'm just saying I don't know it. And I would like to know what happened to the $28 million. Because if we have $28 million, that's $3 million more than the ask. And that was already set up for it. So I would rather not be voting for a $28 million slush fund based on the emotional leverage of the 4,000 evictions. I just think we ought to be honest with the taxpayer and what we're doing with the money. And they already gave us $28 million, so where did it go?
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm still a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of J142. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The noes have it. J142 is lost. Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move J155 and request that it be properly displayed.
That has been moved and displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, as you see before you stands the Veteran Caucus. Time and again, we have answered the call of our country. And we now ask, well, quit giving me that look. We now ask for a little bit in return. During COVID, Department of Military Veterans Affairs gave up $7.9 million to the state to help with its battle against COVID. And yet it was never repaid. Therefore, our services and our ability to treat our veterans has run thin. In this amendment, we request a $3 million payback that is cut over to us from the General Assemblies and the General Fund to help pay down that debt and help out the veterans.
Representative Martinez.
I did move. Does it move? All right. I like veterans, and I hope you all like veterans. So if you do like veterans, I urge an aye vote.
Further discussion on J155. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J155. All those in favor say aye.
Aye!
All those opposed, no.
Weak.
The amendment fails. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I come before you on the Veterans Caucus, and once again, Representative Ortiz is going to give you a little more background on the Fort Logan land sale and what this is framed around. But this particular amendment actually asks for $500,000. This will come out of the general fund, and it'll go to the Veterans Resource Information Clearinghouse, which helps for all those veterans resources. They come into this clearinghouse, and then they figure out what veterans resource those veterans need. This helps veterans. It saves veterans' lives. It is very important. So I move J159 to send Bill 214 and ask for a favorable recommendation. Ask for it to be displayed, and I ask for a favorable recommendation.
All right. 159 has been moved. Please proceed. Representative Ortiz or Representative Backenfeld? Representative Backenfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm here from the JBC caucus. And we have funded the staffing levels for the cemetery over in Grand Junction, and also added $50,000 for military funerals. And so at this time, for consideration to a future date, perhaps, but at this time, I ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on J159? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J159. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. J159 is lost. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment J154 to Senate Bill 214 and ask that it be properly displayed.
All right, that has been properly moved and is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. This kind of lightens what we just tried to do, so makes it a little more palatable. This appropriates $200,000 to the TransUnion Risk and Alternative Data Solutions.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the TransUnion Risk and Alternative Data Solutions provides data solutions speculating in custom, scalable, and identity authentication for locating, researching, and finding connections between individuals, businesses, and assets. Their real-time online tool provides access to over 5 billion public records to assist in locating hard-to-find individuals.
Representative Wilson.
The DVA intends to utilize their service to locate and connect with veterans across the state. Unlike the National Center for Veterans Analysis Geological Distribution of Expenditures annual report that estimates veteran populations by country, TransUnion Service will provide DAV with actual contact information. Folks, this amendment will help connect veterans in need with the services they need to get to. I ask you for a yes vote.
Representative Martinez.
If you enjoy puppies, please vote yes.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. The department is already complying with the statutory requirement for a clearinghouse through the use of free and existing websites to meet clearinghouse needs. So we think that the department already has the funding to support this work through the free websites, and we also already are adding increases to the veteran service officers to improve veterans' access to resources and services in this very budget.
Representative Wilson.
Please remember she's part of the JBC caucus.
All right. Is there any further discussion on J154? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J154. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The veterans have it. J154 is passed. Yes. Representative Armagost, my fault.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment J163 and ask it to be properly displayed.
All right. That has been moved and is properly displayed. Please proceed, Representative Armagost.
All right, this is just a little bit of money that goes to the Veterans Community Project. This is something that in the Department of Military and Veteran Affairs provides housing for homeless veterans, as well as gets them plugged into the resources they need if they're struggling with anything. But great organization within the Department of Military and Veterans Affairs, Veterans Community Project. Again, this is already tied in with another issue we have in our state with the homeless population. This provides housing for those homeless veterans as well as the resources that they need. I urge a yes vote.
Is there any further? Representative Marshall.
Colleagues, I also urge a yes vote on this. It's an increase in funding. This group focuses on tiny houses for veterans who are unhoused, and just as the GI Bill led the way for showing how education, vocational training, and subsidized housing could be great for an entire community. This is one way to start wedging our way into affordable housing across the state, because it's very difficult to say no to a veteran who's asking just to have a small, tiny home and a plot of their own land. So I voted yes on this.
Is there any further discussion of 163? Seeing none, the question before, Representative Byrd.
Oh, thank you. Just respectfully request a no vote.
Representative Parenti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, the Veterans Community Project is not precisely my district, but it's very, very close, and it supports a number of the veterans in my district. So on behalf of the city of Longmont and the other veterans in my district, I would urge a yes vote on this amendment. The Veterans Community Project does more than just offer tiny homes to homeless veterans. It provides them counseling services, substance abuse services, education services, all with the intent, behavioral health services, all with the intent of getting our homeless veterans off the streets and into, productive, happy, healthy lives. And so we urge a yes vote. Thank you.
All right, is there any further discussion of 163? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J163. All those in favor say aye. Aye! All those opposed, no. The JVC has it. So no. Yes. Amendment 163 is lost. All right, Representative Ortiz.
Chair Valdez, it is an honor to serve with you.
Oh, Lordy, it is an honor to serve with you.
I move Amendment Juliet 104.
104 has
and ask that it be displayed.
And it is displayed. Please proceed.
Great,
Representative
members.
Ortiz.
I've been up here before talking about the $7.9 million that was due to veteran mental health and wellness that then got swept away during COVID. And veterans, part of the reason why we choose to go in the military is because we feel called, our vocation is to serve. So we didn't mind being asked to serve again by having our funding cut, but we expect for that money to come back. This is a small way to make sure some of that comes back. This is our roundabout way of making it come back. We are going to be bringing a bill forward to bring back the rest and talk about a timeline when bringing back the rest, but this puts $500,000 into the assistance grant to make sure we are serving and helping out veterans' mental and physical health and well-being.
Representative Holtorf.
Caballero Valdez, es un honor servir contigo en esta casa.
Y tú.
Gracias. What I said, it's an honor to serve with Representative Valdez as the chairman. And it is truly an honor because I feel energy for the Veterans Caucus. I will tell you that Representative Ortiz and I serve in the Veterans Caucus, and we are really reaching out for veterans. This particular piece of legislation, I think, takes part of that that was taken from the Fort Logan sale of land and gives back to veterans. And for that reason, I asked Representative Ortiz to be on this bill, and I'm proud to be here before you asking for a yes vote.
All right, is there any further discussion of J104? Representative Backenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Great cause. We can deal with this at a later date. I ask for a no vote.
All right, seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of J104. All those in favor say aye. Aye! All those opposed, no? The vets have it. J104 is passed. Oh. Representative Velasco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment J138 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That has been moved and is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you so much. So we are asking for $500,000 to go to support the Western Slope Veteran Cemetery. And this is the pride of the Western Slope, and they need all the support that we can offer, and I urge and I vote.
All right, Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this. This cemetery is located in Grand Junction, Colorado, and it is the pride of our community. It's the only veterans cemetery, to my knowledge, on the Western Slope. It is large. It takes a great deal of maintenance. It is understaffed. And we try to volunteer time and help these folks wherever we can. But I hope you will agree our veterans need to be laid to rest in a place that they can be exceptionally proud of. So I would ask for an aye vote on this. Please sit down. The only way we're going to allow Representative Bockenfeld to stand is if he says yes. Thank you.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Thank you. Members, all joking aside, this is an amendment that's going to do some good for people in my district, in my hometown, on the western slope. There are a lot of veterans that are buried in this cemetery, and you would not like the conditions of that cemetery, particularly if your family was buried there. This is an attempt for us to put pride back into that area. These people agreed, they did their part. We keep finding ways to not do our part. This is a good amendment. Vote yes.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll just let Rep. Bockenfeld stay seated for a little while longer. This is a great amendment, and being in Grand Junction, the Western Slope Veterans Cemetery is very important. It shows that we are honoring those who made the ultimate sacrifice in defense of not only our great state, but our great country as well. And having a cemetery that reflects that, making sure that the lawn is cut, the stones are at the proper height, it has the look and feel of any military cemetery that you've seen around either this nation or the cemeteries that we maintain overseas, because that's what we need to be showing as final respect to those who gave the ultimate price. Every Memorial Day, they do a service, and I attend it. It's something I look forward to right after the session ends. And it's always really moving. First, you see a flag for every Coloradan who paid the ultimate price. And then you hear the names be read out. And as you think about those names, you say, that's why we're here. That's why we're able to serve. That's why we have the rights and freedoms that we love so much. So please, vote yes.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I think we can agree that this is a fabulous facility. In this past budget, we did fund staffing for the cemetery in Grand Junction, and also an additional $50,000 to honor our military veterans who are buried there with the Honor Guard. And I'm pretty sure that in the future we will continue to fund this project and make it quite the project that you hope it to end up to be. But at this time, I have to ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on J138? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J138. All those in favor? Oh, Representative Bockenfeld. You want to go back in there? Representative Bockenfeld, welcome back.
My heart speaking before my brain. I said aye. I actually have to ask for a no vote at this time, but hope to fund it in the future.
No worries, Representative Bockenfeld, I heard you. The question before us is the adoption of J138. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. J138 is lost. Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move J116 and ask that it be properly displayed.
J116 has been properly moved and is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Assembly 74. This one is really close, near and dear to my heart. We had two disastrous fires that affected communities And in speaking with our fire chief in Loveland, we literally had the Cameron Peaks and Marshall Fire that burned everything up into the outskirts of Larimer County. If we do not get funding for mitigation of any sort or kind, we are going to suffer the same disaster that happened in Louisville. I ask humbly that we spend $100,000 rather than millions of dollars to rectify a fire in the event that it could happen to my city and other cities in Larimer County.
Representative Lynch, or
Thank you, Mr.
Minority
Chair.
Leader Lynch. My apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Awesome. One of the things that we don't realize about these burn areas is that my former district, now by the member from Boulder County, we have 19 different fire protection districts and fire protection departments that are all voluntary. Anything at any time we can do to support them, and this is not a big ask, but anything we can do to support them helps us not mitigate, but stop these fires before they ever get started. So I would encourage a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion of J116? Seeing none, Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. I absolutely agree with the need to address our wildfire mitigation capacity, and we are doing so through this budget. We have spent a lot of time and money funding various programs throughout DNR and the Department of Public Safety, and I have some concerns with the level of specificity in this amendment. Ask for your no vote.
Is there any further discussion of 116? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J116. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. J116 is passed. Representative. Committee will stand in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move Amendment 132 and ask it properly be displayed.
All right, J132 has been moved and is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. I urge an aye vote on this amendment. What this amendment does is it puts COGCC back to their original intent before the will of the voters was circumvented with the passage of Senate Bill 19-181. Thank you.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote. This actually would be trying to make a change to what is already statute through the bill that we passed in 2019, and the department must follow the mission that was laid out in that bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of J132. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. J132 is lost. Representative Titone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment J143 and ask for it to be displayed.
143 has been moved and is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, members, this one is about EcoPass funding for state employees. So we're going to, with this amendment, we're going to fund $700,000, which will go to all state employees who live and work in the RTD service areas. And this will contract with RTDs. This is a 70% discount based on RTD's past EcoPass pricing. So this is a really good bargain for the state to do this. The agreement between the state and the RTD bolsters sustainable mass transit as Colorado commercial economy continues to recover from the pandemic as well as an inflationary economy. The EcoPass also, get this, members, decreases traffic congestion. So if you want to decrease traffic congestion on the roads, this would be the way to do it. Would also help to reduce our carbon footprint and reduce some of the CO2 as much as 240,000 tons of CO2 per year. So support this amendment to give our hardworking state employees an EcoPass so that way they can feel valued, that we're giving them something that they can use to get to work and serve the people of Colorado.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to support Representative Byrd on this one. In advance. We're talking about spending more money on mass transit. I think if anybody has, this is the carbon footprint idea. No, that's wrong. If you want to look at a diesel bus, yes, they're the equivalent of probably about 40 cars on the road. If you want to look at an electrical bus, that's about 100 vehicles on the road. Each of them are carrying about 5 people at any given time. If you look at the usage rate, that mobile traffic jam is being subsidized at a rate of about $2 per mile. It's $2.30 per passenger mile, but about 30 cents of that passenger mile is actually made up in fares. So it would actually be much more efficient and less traffic. I mean, we know that everybody that drives in, goes down Colfax, you get stuck behind a bus and you're cussing. That's just a fact. No matter how you feel about public transit. And you know that there's about 5 people on there. All good people, God bless them, but the bus transit is not efficient. If we wanted to do something efficient, we'd probably look at hiring a fleet of cars at about $1 per mile, polluting less, not congesting more, and doing something that actually makes sense and that people would actually use. So throwing more money at a bad program. Now, what busing does support is it's going to be the basis of centralized zoning, because the centralized zoning will be what's required to make busing more amenable to everybody. So, but that'll just be a worse idea. So this opportunity to vote no on this is an opportunity to, for the climate, if you want to do that. Yes, this is, voting no on this is better for the climate, better for, well, it's not going to have any impact on the climate, neither would having the buses. Better for the environment, better for the environment in third world countries who aren't paying the price for the electric buses and the absolute economic devastation that's done to their economies, of their water resources and the chemical wastelands it creates. And those programs might come along in the future and become viable, but right now, these programs have a higher level of pollution than what they aspire to replace. So for whatever reasons that the JBC caucus is going to oppose this bill, this amendment. I oppose the amendment on the basis of, let's see, math, science, environment, climate, those reasons. So please vote no on the amendment and don't throw good money after stupid money.
Speaking of Team JBC, we have Representative Shannon Brew.
Thank you. Oh, right there. Awesome. Thank you. Members, thank you for bringing this forward. And I do want the body to know that this was a decision item that we considered on the Joint Budget Committee and turned it down. So, we get so many worthy requests and we are unable to accommodate them all because, alas, we are working with a finite set of resources. So we must prioritize, and this was not something that made the cut, so that we could fund all of the other really great things that are already in our budget and also leave room for all of the really good work that you are doing right now with your current legislation. So I respectfully request a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J143. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. J143 fails. Representative Madam
Sorry.
Representative Bacon.
Thank you. I'd like to move J119 and ask that it be displayed. Thank you,
Madam. Assistant Majority Leader. That has been moved and displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, members. This amendment actually did become inspired out of the Senate. This is $200,000 to be able to address sickle cell. And for those of you who may not be familiar with the condition of sickle cell disease, it is a disease that causes chronic pain. It primarily shows up in the African American and Latino communities in that our cells are oddly shaped in the form of sickles, if you will, not kind of like the donuts. And so what this is doing is asking for $200K for us to be able to issue grants through the Health Equity Office to be able to support the treatment of this, particularly in the treatment of the chronic pain. So whenever someone is having an episode through sickle cell, we call it someone is in crisis because it doubles them over. So members, we ask on behalf of the Black Caucus an aye vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Great cause. However, we have significantly funded CDPHE. We would hope that they would be able to work with their existing funding and find something for this cause. For that reason, I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of J119. All those in favor say aye. Representative Bockenfeld is back again.
Mr. Chairman, I'm having a bad day.
Seems so.
My heart keeps speaking before my brain, and I ask for a no vote.
All right. Now, seeing no further discussion, is the question before us the adoption of J119. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. J119 is lost. Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, in light of the sickle cell amendment not coming through, I am quite confident that my amendment will be to your satisfaction, and a yes vote will be worthy. And I will move the amendment. I move Amendment J 108 to Senate Bill 214.
All right, that has been properly moved and is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. This amendment will take $500,000 general fund and to the Office of Public Health Practice, Planning, and Local Partnerships in the Department of Public Health and Environment to be distributed to local public health agencies. And hopefully they will help people in their communities. So I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Sirota?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The long bill already provides strong funding for our local public health agencies and for state support for them. Ask for a no vote.
All right, seeing Representative Mabile. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of J108. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. J108 is lost. Representative Amabile.
Sorry, I got out of order there. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to withdraw Amendment 134 because we're going to actually run this policy in one of the orbital bills. So stand by, I'll be back.
Thank you very much. Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Thank you. I would like to move J151 to Senate Bill 214, please, and have it properly displayed.
That has been moved and is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. This is actually a very important bill, amendment to my constituents. We have a very important project that is mostly funded, and that is the creation of the Crystal Valley Interstate I-25 interchange. This will open up additional development to the south of Castle Rock. And as part of this very extensive project, it includes the relocation of the west frontage road to I-25. This is especially important because previous work done on the Northern Exchange, which is the Plum Creek Exchange, created a very unsafe entrance ramp to southbound I-25 from Plum Creek. So it's going to eliminate that, fix that actually, and really open up additional access. I'm very grateful to Representative Marshall, the good representative from Highlands Ranch, for joining me on this amendment, as it is it's a critical component to Douglas County's infrastructure.
Representative Marshall.
Colleagues, this is not an amendment that requires any money, but it is a very important one to send a signal to the Department of Transportation. We also want to get forward thinking for those of you who have been around Colorado for a while. We don't want the area down there to wind up like I-70 and 6th Avenue or other interchanges where development wound up getting ahead of the transportation infrastructure. This is an attempt to get the transportation infrastructure ahead of the development. And as we all can know, what's good for Douglas County is good for the entire state. So anything that helps Douglas County is good for the state. So do support this amendment.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, sir. I would, and thank you, Representative, for pointing out. So this amendment is simply a footnote. It is not appropriating funds at all. So we like that, right? Yes, we do. We do. I know. In your heart, you do. But no appropriation of money. This is really a signal to the federal government that we need some extra funds to complete this project. Thank you so much for your aye vote.
Representative Byrd.
Well, I'm back. So, members, and I really appreciate that there is no appropriation, that this is just a footnote, but it's really important for us to understand that with respect to the transportation budget, CDOT has a transportation commission that not only determines the spending, but the prioritization of the projects. That transportation commission addresses that piece, and even adding a footnote like this borders on the legislature getting a bit more involved than we really should be in trying to determine projects and their prioritization across the state of Colorado. So just while I'm here, because I think we've got a couple amendments that address some transportation issues, I do want to underscore that the legislature, our role with regards to budget and the Department of Transportation is limited primarily to administration, not funding of projects. Again, that's the Transportation Commission that handles that, and it is best to make sure that they retain their appropriate role. And so for all of these reasons, I will respectfully ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion of J151? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J151. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. J151 is lost. Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chairman. If you could please, I'd like to move J156 and ask that it be displayed.
All right, that has been moved and is displayed. Please proceed, Representative Winter.
Okay, a little bit of background before I read this letter is it would push $4 million from the general fund to Department of Transportation. It's related to an issue in one of the counties I represent, Pueblo County, with an intersection issue that they have. So I'd like to read this letter. Dear Ms. Liu and Mr. Ferguson, the undersigned elected officials representing Pueblo County request the Colorado Department of Transportation reconsider putting a traffic light at the intersection of Highway 96 and 36th Lane. As you know, 3 people were killed at that intersection in February 2022, to include 2 children. The loss of lives cannot be measured in dollars and cents, nor can any engineering study erase the grief and outrage in our community. We are determined to do all we can to prevent further loss of life at that intersection. None of us, community members, parents, teachers, and elected officials, believe your options are the safest choice in this case. Given the speed of traffic at the intersection, the growing number of cars on the highway, and the proximity of schools to the intersection is paramount to the safety of our children and families that CDOT place at a stoplight at this intersection. Consider also inexperienced high school-age drivers, and the prospect for more tragedy only increases. We have reviewed the recommendations from CDOT, and we firmly believe they fall far short of what is necessary to protect motorists. We need a fully operational traffic signal at the intersection to prevent further tragedy. We understand that adding a stoplight may increase rear-end accidents, but not only do those have a lower fatality rate than side impact accidents, the danger can and should be mitigated by decreasing the speed limit as cars approach the light. We respectfully ask the department to reconsider the decision and help us maintain motor vehicle safety in Pueblo County and School District 70. It was signed by all the county commissioners of Pueblo, bipartisan, and the Pueblo County School District 70 Board of Education members, along with myself and another legislator. So that's why I'm asking to put this money here. At this point, this is a call out for Pueblo County and a call out to CDOT to do the right thing and help us save lives. So I urge a yes vote on this.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just want to thank my good colleague for bringing this forward. And this is one of those instances where it makes me sad that we have this separation and don't have more ability to direct appropriations in this regard. But I think I'm so glad to use this budget opportunity to bring that story and elevate what's happening on many of our roads that are long neglected, desperately in need of investment, and there's no way to bring back the lives who are lost, but definitely I'm glad you brought this up and support your work, and hope that those who do have the power of the purse in this respect are listening and make investments.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Is there further discussion of J156? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J156. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. J156 is lost. Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move J144 to Senate Bill 23-214.
All right, and it has been properly displayed.
Thank
Please
you.
tell
I
us
would
about
like
the
to
amendment.
withdraw this amendment, please.
All right. Mr. Minority Leader. Minority Leader Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move Amendment J116 to Senate Bill 214. No, sorry.
Would you like to restate your motion, Mr. Minority Leader?
Already did that one. No. What I meant to say, Mr. Chair, is I would like to move Amendment J147 to Senate Bill 214.
All right, that's what I heard the first time. J147 has been moved and is displayed. Tell us about the amendment, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I don't know how many of you have spent much time driving up north. But let me tell you, it's similar to those that were used to driving down south on I-25. And so what I would really, really appreciate is if the state gave a little more attention to the fact that people are crashing, dying, and not able to get anywhere reliably on I-25 between Denver and the Wyoming line is a complete disaster. So I think what that would require is a little bit of a realignment of priorities in the CDOT budget that would put this small amount in the world of transportation towards fixing the roads in northern Colorado, and I would heartily appreciate my JBC members in their support for people not dying on my roads anymore. I heartily encourage a yes vote.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote. I ask for a no vote. We don't want to use the long bill budgeting process to direct the Department of Transportation how to spend their priorities.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of J147. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. J147 is lost. Representative Wilson. No. Representative Hartsick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We request remove the withdrawal of Amendment 70. What's 113?
All right, thank you very much. That brings us to Representative Ortiz.
Mr. Chair, I move Amendment Juliet 084 and ask that it properly be displayed.
Juliet 084 has been moved and is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Members, this is Act 2 of my Basic Access and Disability Rights packages that I'm trying to bring forward. Riddle me this, who here knows how much we have spent on the Capitol complex since 2013? That answer is $63 million. Not billion, but $1 million. Guess how much of that was spent on basic access? Less than $2 million of it was. Members, I am asking simply for $5 million to put this on the priority list and on the radar for the Capitol complex so we can make this building accessible in all ways. I'm proud of the fact that we have an all-female majority under this dome, but we have one member that lives with a physical disability that requires a mobility device that self-identifies. We need to do better, and we can do better. We do it by making this place more accessible. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I very much appreciate my colleagues' request in this amendment. However, this project didn't go through the capital funding process and hasn't been reviewed by the Capitol Building Advisory Committee. The General Assembly did approve Senate Bill 22-239, which includes $23 million for capital-related improvements, including any necessary accessibility improvements. Most accessibility improvements are related to other improvements, and addressing the accessibility separate from the bigger projects ultimately increases total cost. So without an amendment to the capital transfer bill, a project previously approved will need to be cut, or there will be insufficient funds in the capital construction fund to support all the projects that we have listed there. So I respectfully ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion of J84? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J84. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. J084 is lost. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move J105, the amendment, and ask that it properly be displayed.
All right, that has been moved and is displayed. Please proceed, Representative Wilson.
I would like to withdraw this amendment. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you, Representative Soper.
Pursuant to subsection B of House Rule 33A, I move that the committee consent to consideration on second reading of the following amendment that did not meet the requirements of subsection A of the said rule, and that's for consideration of Amendment J082, which would also be Amendment number 73. It's one that didn't get included in the packet. It was a mistake getting it included, and would just ask permission to be able to continue to be able to have the amendment. It was one that had been drafted. It's not like it was anything last minute.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to interpret that a little bit. He did get his homework turned in, but somebody lost it, and then they refound it, and it was a little late. But now we have it here, and we'd like to have it reviewed in front of this esteemed body.
Representative Soper, would you mind making the motion again?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is pursuant to subsection B of House Rule 33A, I move that the committee consent to the consideration on second reading of the following amendment, that's J082, that did not meet the requirements of subsection A of said rule.
All right, thank you. The question before us is the motion to allow under House Rule 33A an additional amendment. All those in favor say aye.
And then I move. Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Consent is given. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment J082.
All right, J082 has been moved and is displayed. Please proceed with the amendment, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if you think back 2 years ago, we created the Rural Provider Access and Affordability Grant Fund within HCPF, and that was using the American Recovery Fund dollars to be able to help out our rural hospitals that were really struggling. At the time, we put $10 million into this fund. The fund is set to expire without any additional funds in 2025, so it's an automatic repeal date. What I'm saying that we're going to do here, along with the co-sponsors of the amendment, is take $1 million from the general fund to add to this pot of money, so it would be a collective total of $11 million. This is really to help out our rural hospitals that are struggling. Many of them have really been hit super hard last year and then this year, as CMS has pulled back the advance payments, and they just take the money right out of your bank account. As a hospital, you don't really have a choice. So even though they gave you a loan, they took it back rapidly, and many rural hospitals, including one that I sit on the board, have really been on the precipice of failure. We have done this for Denver Health, and I'm asking that we do $1 million for our rural hospitals, really to help them out as they've been struggling through this critical time. Thank you.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is a good amendment. These rural hospitals are having a serious problem. Delta County is partly in my district. Montrose County, all of the counties on the western slope are suffering. This is an opportunity to help. I'd urge a yes vote.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. the rural hospitals right around Grand Junction, and in particular, one that's in my neighboring city, are operating in the red. We cannot allow these rural hospitals, we have to give them funds. They need to continue. Those folks cannot drive additional miles for the medical services they need. We need as a body to really support these rural hospitals. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got 5 seconds to say what I've got to say, and the time starts now. Rural hospitals need your help. They're upside down.
Time.
And
just kidding.
Please vote yes.
All right, is there any further discussion? Representative Byrd.
Okay, members, the last surprise of the evening. I'm going to request a no vote on this amendment. But I will say, I agree, this is a huge concern, the financial health and well-being of our rural hospitals. I think they are some of the hospitals that have been most greatly strained, especially since the pandemic. One thing I will offer that is in your long bill currently is JBC voted to pass a 3% across the board increase in rates provided to Medicaid providers. And many of our rural hospitals will benefit greatly from that. Sadly, that it's never enough, but it is much more than what they're presently getting. So it is something, and you have my commitment to continue working to strengthen the financial health of all of our hospitals. And just appreciate you elevating this. I hope we keep talking about it because everybody depends upon our rural hospitals and metro hospitals as well.
Is there any further discussion of J082? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J082. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. J082 is lost. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to call for a 15-minute recess, please.
All right, seeing no objection, the committee will stand in a 15-minute recess. The committee will come back to order. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like the committee to rise and report. I withdraw that motion.
All right, motion withdrawn. Madam Majority Leader.
You need to go. Sorry.
Okay. Members, I renew my motion to please vote yes in support of Senate Bill 214. Let's get our state funded and do great things in the next fiscal year, as amended.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 214 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 214 is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, I'd like the committee to rise and report.
Seeing no objection. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to lay over the balance of the special orders calendar
Seeing no
till later today.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the special orders calendar will be laid over until later today. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like the committee to rise and report.
Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report. The committee will come back to order. Madam Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, I move that the committee rise and report.
That is a proper motion. Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report it has under consideration the following touch bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 197 and Senate Bill 214 as amended, passed on second reading in order to revise and place on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 216, 219, 221, 228, 229, 230, 231, and 241 laid over until April 4th, 2023.
Representative Valdez. Members, you have heard the motion. There are 25 amendments at the desk. We will read these alphabetically, so please be prepared. Mr. Schiebel, please read the first Armagost amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Armagost moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Armagost, Winter, and Sober Amendment J99, Amendment 36 to Senate Bill 214 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 214 as amended passed.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is an important one. Like I said, the amount of money, 11.9, going to the Emergency Mental Health Crisis Services. This is something that we are in desperate need of in our state, being last in mental health and mental illness and treatment for both. So please vote yes on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Byrd.
Members, I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the first Armagost Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Doherty votes no. Representatives Bachenfeld, Bradley, Brown, DeGraff, Hartsook, Joseph, Young. Please close the machine. With 19 aye, 40 no, and 6 excused, the first Armagost Amendment fails. Mr. Schiebel, please read the second Armagost Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Armagost moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Armagost and Marshall Amendment J163, Amendment 57 to Senate Bill 214 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 214 is amended passed.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All right, that was disappointing. So on the next one, this one goes toward the Department of Military and Veteran Affairs. This is for the Veterans Community Project. This is the program that provides housing and resources, mental health, addiction, treatment resources for veterans, homeless veterans, and veterans in desperate need. So please vote yes on this amendment.
Representative Byrd.
Members, we have invested significantly in the mental health space. I respectfully request a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the second Armagost Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Doherty votes no. Representatives Brown, DeGraff, Leader. Please close the machine. With 33 aye, 26 no, and 6 excused, the second Armagost Amendment is adopted. And after those pigs comes the bacon. It was really hard to pass up.
That's right.
Mr. Schiebel, please read the first Bacon Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Bacon moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Bacon Amendment, J161, Amendment 26 of Senate Bill 214, to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 214 as amended passed.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you. And so I move the Bacon Amendment, right? And it is displayed on behalf of the Bacon delegation family. Thank you very much for the acknowledgement. This is a good amendment. Members, this amendment addresses being able to support our nationally board certified teachers who were not paid their back pay and the stipend in which they were owed over the course of 2 years for them in actually receiving this certification. If you're unfamiliar, National Board Certification is actually a very rigorous and high standard. We have asked teachers to pursue it so that they can bring those skills into the classroom. And part of the stipend, on the one hand, was to incent them in pursuing it, but also to recognize almost like their master teacher-like status. And so after the pandemic, or for a couple of years, this stipend was suspended, and we are reconsidering and reinstating it moving forward this session, but again, this is for around 700 teachers who may or may not be eligible. Again, we just want to pay them what they are owed. We want to be sure that they know that they are recognized for all the hard work and time and energy and dollars they put in for this certification. So members, I urge and I vote. If I could oink, I would, but you know, thank you, family. Thank you.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I love our teachers, but I do ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the first Bacon Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Doherty votes no. Please close the machine. With 28 aye, 31 no, and 6 excused, the first Bacon Amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the second Bacon Amendment.
Representative Bacon moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Bacon Amendment, J141, Amendment 18 to Senate Bill 214, to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 214 as amended passed.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the second Bacon amendment to the Cal report.
And it is properly displayed. Please
Thank
proceed.
you. I will note, before you get mad at me about this, we will be followed by Brandy. Bacon and Brandy? No? Okay. It's a thing. It's a thing. Okay. Members, this amendment was in regards to DOC and striking the line for additional beds. Again, it's not striking the line for the additional pay. It is not striking the line for the additional stipends. Part of this is about encouraging DOC to do a little bit better in managing the number of people coming in and the number of people who can be moved out. So I heard there was some consternation. Again, we have talked to DOC staff. We agree they need to be safe, which is why we're supporting them in all of their employment efforts. However, we need DOC to just be a little bit clearer and to work the flow on the beginning and back ends before we fund additional beds. So I urge and I vote. Thank you.
Representative Bachenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Folks, as we know, the crime's on a rise at this time. And you have to staff up and get ahead of that curve. You can't wait till the people start coming through the system and end up in your prisons. And so you need to be prepared for what looks like it's coming down the pike. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I too will ask for a no vote. What we're funding here is a bed count that is based upon a forecast submitted by 2 independent agencies. And this is a simple budget measure. What is our capacity? And you compare your capacity of beds versus the forecast that has been presented. And that is what we are doing, is funding the difference. So I request a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the second Bacon amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Doherty votes no. Please close the machine. With 23 aye, 36 no, and 6 excused, the second Bacon amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the first Bradfield amendment.
Representative Bradfield moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Bradfield Amendment J139, Amendment 27 to Senate Bill 214, to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 214 as amended passed.
Representative Bradfield.
Did you say 109? Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do move J139 to 23, Senate Bill 23-214.
You have moved the first Bradfield amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, yes?
Yes,
Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay, this is the first of 4 attempts to get the money over to the Department of Education to be used for teacher salaries, and this asks for money from the general fund, and it was in the tune of $321 million. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. We should not be reducing funding in the Department of Personnel, and there is a bill working its way through the system to address this very issue.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the first Bradfield amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Doherty votes no. Please close the machine. With 18 aye, 41 no, and 6 excused, the first Bradfield amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the second Bradfield amendment.
Representative Bradfield moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Bradfield amendment, J108, Amendment 64 to Senate Bill 214, to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 214 as amended passed.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I moved J108 to Senate Bill 23-214. It is displayed.
Thank you. We have moved the second Bradfield amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Please proceed.
Thank you. This is also a bill to take $500,000 general fund to the Office of Public Health and Health Practice Planning and local partnerships in the Department of Public Health and Environment, and this would provide donations to the various public health agencies. So it would benefit everyone in Colorado. I do urge an aye vote.
Representative Byrd.
Members, we actually did fund our local public health agencies with a specific line item, so I respectfully request a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the second Bradfield amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Doherty votes no. Please close the machine. With 17 aye, 42 no, and 6 excused, the second Bradfield amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Bradley amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Bradley moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Bradley amendment, J140, Amendment 41 to Senate Bill 214, to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 214 is amended passed.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, I'm sorry, I keep doing that. I move the Bradley amendment to the Cal report and ask that it's displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Okay, so this is an important one. It adds $5 million to the general fund, from the general fund to the jail-based behavioral health services. This is just a plea to help inmates who have been identified as having some mental health issues, to give them the services before going back out into the community where they might have a higher recidivism rate. It's given them the help that they need while incarcerated so they can be upstanding citizens when they get out of jail or prison.
Representative Marshall.
Members strongly support this amendment, although it does kind of admit that we are using our jails as default mental health institutions, but that's what they are today, and that's an unfortunate fact. So if we want to help these people as they leave the door, and our detention ops people do want to help these people as they leave, they need funding and help because they don't have the resources today. Thanks.
Representative Bradley.
Good amendment. Vote yes.
Representative Buckenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our counties have county health departments. County health departments should be coordinating with their county sheriff's department and the jails. And I'd ask for a no vote at this time.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Bradley amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Doherty votes no. Please close the machine. With 25 aye, 34 no, and 6 excused, the Bradley amendment is lost. Members, We are going to back up and do a repeat to make sure that we get the Armagost Amendment exactly right. So, Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and colleagues. I'm going to pull my new guy card out and go ahead and correct this. I move J163, the amendment report of the Committee of the Whole.
We have moved the second Armagost Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
And ask
Rep.
for it to be
Armagost,
displayed.
any further comment? Oh, Mr. Shebel, please read the second Armagost Amendment.
Representative Armagost moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Armagost and Marshall Amendment J163, Amendment 57 to Senate Bill 214 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 214 is amended passed.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the second Armagost Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Doherty votes no. Please close the machine. With 40 aye, 19 no, and 6 excused, the second Armagost Amendment is adopted a second time. Mr. Shebel, please read the Catlin Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Catlin moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Catlin Amendment J158, Amendment 42 to Senate Bill 214 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 214 is amended passed.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and you're going to end up being a spider handler before it's all over. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
I move the Catlin Amendment to the committee, to the report of the Committee of the Whole, and ask for a yes vote. If I have it displayed, I'm sorry, I'm nervous up here.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Members, this is an opportunity for my district to send a cry for help. We are in serious trouble on the western slope of Colorado, and this is an opportunity for me to come down and let you know how bad it is. We've got some serious problems over there. It's a beautiful place to live. People can't believe that we're having these kind of problems, but we are. It's not just in the urban area that mental health is such an issue. In my district, we are needing your help. I'm asking for help. Please vote yes.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. While I agree with the need to address this problem, we have further workforce issues to work for to ensure that we could actually staff additional beds. And so I think it important that we allow the BHA to do its work to continue developing this workforce as we address this pressing need across the state.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this amendment. There are very long distances between Grand Junction, Colorado, and Durango and Telluride. And in addition to that, as many of you that know, that hopefully have come to the Western Slope from time to time, there are some huge mountains and one of the most dangerous passes in all of Colorado. Southwest Colorado needs their own facility. They can't depend upon getting folks to Grand Junction, Colorado. We really need this. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Catlin Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Doherty votes no. Please close the machine. With 33 aye, 26 no, and 6 excused, the Catlin Amendment is adopted. Mr. Shebel, please read the Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Frizzell moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Frizzell Amendment. J151, Amendment 66 to Senate Bill 214 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 214 as amended passed.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Thank you, ma'am. I move to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole with...
Rep. Frizzell, you can just move the Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Thank you, ma'am. I move the Frizzell Amendment to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Yes, ma'am. This amendment does not require any funding whatsoever. It is simply a footnote. And what this footnote is for is to introduce an important and long-delayed interchange at I-25 south of Castle Rock. This is one of those situations where the infrastructure, the appropriate infrastructure, was not put in place for the development that has occurred on the east side of I-25, and there is currently scheduled development on the west side of I-25. This is also a very important partnership. In Douglas County, we get things done through partnerships, so there have been a number of folks at the table to fund this interchange. Douglas County government has brought money to the table. The town of Castle Rock has brought money to the table. We have developer dollars that have come to the table. And this is a already earmarked project for CDOT. The reason why we would like to have a footnote is because we're still about $10 million short, even with all those partnerships. And this will help raise it to the level where we can go and ask for federal funding to help offset the rest of the amount. This construction is set to begin. They are already getting ready to move the frontage road west, which is a really important thing from a safety standpoint. I don't know if anybody's ever been down to the Renaissance Festival in Larkspur and gotten stuck on I-25 and people cutting over the medians to the frontage road. This is a really important safety issue for all who travel I-25 south of Castle Rock.
Representative Marshall.
I strongly support my colleagues here in Douglas County. I joke with them often that Broadway starts here and it terminates in the town center in Highlands Ranch. The light rail terminates right at Lone Tree. Everything we have is integrated with Denver Metro, and the rest of the county wants not to be a part of Denver Metro. But this is a forward-thinking project that we need to support, and I'm in full support of our colleagues in trying to get it done.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Department of Transportation already has a process and a method in how they score and grade projects, and it wouldn't be proper for us to give them direction through the long bill. I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Frizzell Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Doherty votes no. Please close the machine. With 18 aye, 41 no, and 6 excused, the Frizzell Amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the Garcia amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Garcia moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Mabry and Garcia Amendment J142, Amendment 53 to Senate Bill 214 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 214 as amended passed.
Representative Garcia.
I move the Garcia Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be, thank you.
It is properly displayed.
Members,
Please proceed.
thanks. Members, I just want to urge you all, please, to vote yes on this amendment. This amendment will keep people housed. This amendment can keep up to 4,000 households housed. This is one-time spending. What it's doing is it's helping people catch up to their rent so that then they can stay on track. I don't know how many of you have experienced this, but I know full well what it's like to fall back on payments and not be able to catch up and then have one small gift to help me catch up and then I'm on track. That's what this is. It is one time for 4,000 households. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Byrd.
Members, I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Garcia Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Sorry. I forgot to open the machine. Mr. Shebel, open the machine. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Doherty votes no. Representative Herod, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Herod votes yes. Please close the machine. With 34 aye, 26 no, and 5 excused, the Garcia Amendment is adopted. Mr. Shebel, please read the first Hartsook Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Hartsook moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Hartsook Amendment J117, Amendment 30 to Senate Bill 214 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 214 as amended passed.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the first Hartsook Amendment and request it's properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Hoorah. So as stated earlier, we've had a lot of discussions for the Education Department, and this is to ensure that the money goes to the people that need it most, and I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the first Hartsook Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Doherty votes no. Rep. Catlin. Please close the machine. With 17 aye, 42 no, and 6 excused, the first Hartsook Amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the second Hartsook Amendment.
Representative Hartsook moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Hartsook Amendment J155, Amendment 54 to Senate Bill 214 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 214 is amended passed.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the second Hartsook Amendment and request that it be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Well, since how the JBC caucus shot down the other one, let's try for the veterans this time around. I know, squirm over there, squirm. Life's not fair. As was stated earlier, the the veterans, the Department of Military Veterans Affairs gave up $7.9 million, and we are requesting that we get some money back for this. And so I would request an aye vote.
Representative Byrd.
So members, you'll be shocked. So I am going to ask for a no vote, but I will tell you that we did provide additional funding for this department, specifically to remedy different concerns that were raised by an audit that was conducted on this particular department, citing failure to provide services that they need to be providing. So we are working to fix some of those deficiencies, and so I want you to feel good about this. So I know I am asking for a no vote, but I don't want you to feel too terribly bad about it. So please vote no.
That was good. Members, seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the second Hartsook Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Doherty votes no. Please close the machine. With 25 aye, 34 no, and 6 excused, the second Hartsook Amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the first Ricks Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Ricks moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Ricks Amendment, J128, Amendment 34 to Senate Bill 214, to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 214 as amended passed.
Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is the bill this is the amendment that's going to support those social equity businesses that have been adversely impacted. We've received $2.4 billion in the state of Colorado from marijuana, and we're asking for $2 million. $2 million. Please vote yes.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. This can also be addressed through a bill making its way through the system, and so ask you to vote no on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the first Ricks Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Doherty votes no. Please close the machine. With 22 aye, 37 no, and 6 excused, the first Ricks Amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the second Ricks Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Ricks moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Ricks Amendment, J120, Amendment 48 to Senate Bill 214, to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 214 is amended passed.
Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this one is for the $200,000 to be put into the Immigration Defense Fund, and this bill will help to keep families together. And when you have a lawyer in these immigration cases, you're 7 times more likely to get bail and be able to stay on your jobs and be with your family. I ask for your support on this bill, amendment.
And Representative Ricks, could I have you move that bill again? We want to make sure we got
I move the
that.
second Ricks Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This line is already funded in the budget, so I would ask for a no vote on the amendment, and we will just keep the current funding that we have already allocated.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the second Ricks Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Doherty votes no. Representative Herod, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Herod votes yes. Please close the machine. With 27 aye, 33 no, and 5 excused, the second Rick's amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the third Rick's amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Ricks moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Ricks amendment, J115, Amendment 50 to Senate Bill 214, to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 214 is amended passed.
Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, 3 times, the third time is a charm, so please vote yes. Really. So this one is supposed to help the doctors, where we know that there's a shortage in doctors in the state. By 2030, we are going to be missing more than 10,000 doctors to support our medical workforce. This amendment will support programs that are done by Spring Institute to integrate foreign doctors into our workforce. I ask for your support.
And Representative Ricks, could I make sure you move that one too?
I move the third Rick's amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you. Representative Byrd.
Members, I respectfully request a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the third Rick's amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Doherty votes no. Representatives Brown and Kipp. Please close the machine. With 15 aye, 44 no, and 6 excused, the third Rick's amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the Soper amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Soper moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Soper amendment, J82, Amendment 73 to Senate Bill 214, to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 214 is amended passed.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Soper amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be properly displayed.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this is the amendment to put $1 million from the general fund into the Rural Provider Access and Affordability Grant Fund that we created in HICPUF a couple of years ago. And what this fund was originally set up for is it had taken $10 million in American Rescue Plan monies to get the grant started to try to help our rural hospitals that we knew were struggling at the time. What we've since seen is that our hospitals have continued to really struggle. I happen to sit on the board of one of those rural struggling hospitals. This would put $1 million from the general fund into this pot. The pot expires in 2025, so it's the idea that we would have HICPUF get the money out to our struggling hospitals right away, but it recognizes the fact that we have a number that are actually on the verge of collapse. And instead of being like Denver Health, where we are going to say, okay, we're going to let these hospitals fall down and then we're going to prop them up. Let's be slightly proactive to see if they can avert this worst case scenario and be able to get past these worst days. I do believe better days are ahead for the hospitals, but this is only for our rural hospitals. Thank you.
Representative Byrd. Oh. Or Representative Taggart? Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was hoping to have the last word, but she wouldn't let me do it. Our rural hospitals, many of them are operating in the red, folks. They need as much help as we can give them, and this is a very, very reasonable request, and I would ask your support on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Byrd.
So I'm a member of the Joint Budget Committee, and I must ask you to vote no on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Soper amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Doherty votes no. Please close the machine. With 42 ayes, 17 no, and 6 excused, the Soper amendment is adopted. Mr. Shebel, please read the first Taggart amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representatives Taggart, Bradfield, Hartsick, Puglisi, and Wilson move to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Taggart, Bradfield, Hartsick, Puglisi, and Wilson amendment. J89, Amendment 21 to Senate Bill 214 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 214 is amended passed.
Representative Wilson.
Madam Speaker, I ask to withdraw Amendment J089, the Taggart Amendment.
Representative Wilson is withdrawing the first Taggart amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please read the second Taggart amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representatives Taggart, Bradfield, Hartsick, Puglisi, and Wilson move to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Taggart, Bradfield, Hartsick, Puglisi, and Wilson amendment. J93, Amendment 22 to Senate Bill 214 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 214 is amended passed.
Representative Wilson.
Madam Speaker, I ask to withdraw the second Taggart Amendment.
The second Taggart amendment to the Committee of the Whole report has been withdrawn. Mr. Shebel, please read the third Taggart amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Taggart, Bradfield, Hartsick, Puglisi, and Wilson move to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Taggart, Bradfield, Hartsick, Puglisi, and Wilson amendment. J101, Amendment 23 to Senate Bill 214 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 214 is amended passed.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Taggart, Bradfield, Hartsook, Puglisi, and Wilson amendment to the Committee of the Whole, and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. This is the third Taggart amendment moved to the Committee of the Whole report. Please proceed.
This amendment, and I know it's a substantial amount of money, but our teachers across the state are badly underpaid, and we need as many teachers right now as we can possibly get in many areas of the state. I know in my particular area, we are down 120 teachers in our district. We need to help these teachers. They need a living wage, and everything we can do to help them, I would appreciate. Thank you.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While I very much appreciate the sentiment of this amendment, I ask for a no vote. I too share the goal in buying down the budget stabilization factor and fully funding public education in the state of Colorado, and I look forward to the good work that will be done on the School Finance Act to come following the long bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the third Taggart amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Doherty votes no. Please close the machine. With 19 aye, 40 no, and 6 excused, the third Taggart amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the fourth Taggart amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representatives Taggart, Bradfield, Hartsick, Puglisi, and Wilson move to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Taggart, Bradfield, Hartsick, Puglisi, and Wilson amendment. J102, Amendment 24 to Senate Bill 214 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 214 is amended passed.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask the fourth Taggart Amendment I move the fourth Taggart Amendment and ask it to be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Again, this is another more funds for education. We do not want to wait on this. We want to get those funded. I've heard rumor of how JBC feels about children, so they'll probably come up here and ask you to vote no. But please understand, please ask for a yes vote.
Representative Byrd.
Is that how this is going to go? So, Members, I am going to say I think that the long bill, I'm being partial, it is the best bill, but a close second, maybe even equal, is the School Finance Act, which is to come and will make us also very happy. Please vote no on this amendment, and let's save some rejoicing opportunities for that School Finance Act.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the fourth Taggart Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Doherty votes no. Please close the machine. With 21 aye, 38 no, and 6 excused, the fourth Taggart Amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the first Titone Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Titone moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Titone-Herod Amendment J121, Amendment 35 to Senate Bill 214 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 214 is amended passed.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the first Titone Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Ask for it to be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
This one is for the film office. So let's hear it for the film and TV office. They do a lot of work to bring money here to Colorado. Let's support those hardworking folks. Vote yes.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We already dedicated about $1.27 million to this cause. I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the first Titone Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Doherty votes no. Representatives, there we go. Please close the machine. With 23 aye, 35 no. It's switched. It is now 24 aye, 35 no, and 6 excused. The first Titone Amendment is lost. Somebody snuck that in under the wire. All right. Mr. Schiebel, please read the second Titone Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Titone moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Titone Amendment J143, Amendment 62 to Senate Bill 214 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 214 is amended passed.
Representative Titone.
I move the second Titone Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
It is moved and properly displayed. Please proceed.
All right, this is for an eco pass for all the state employees within the RTD districts. Let's show the state employees that we value them and the environment. Vote yes.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. This happens to have been a decision item that the JBC did consider, and we did turn down. We have made significant investments in our state employees in this budget. So ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the second Titone Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Doherty votes no. Please close the machine. With 20 aye, 39 no, and 6 excused, the second Titone Amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the first Winter Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Winter moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Winter Amendment, J146, Amendment 19 to Senate Bill 214 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 214 is amended passed.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to move the Winter Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask if it properly be displayed.
It is displayed. Please proceed.
Like I said before, just trying to help out the correctional facilities within my district, trying to recruit, train, and help retain employees. You know, it's really hard to get people to come into rural Colorado and work as it is, and I'm just, after talking to many people that I know that work in corrections, just trying to help them out with this issue. So I urge an aye vote.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, staff needs to be allocated where staff needs exist, not based upon geographic region of the state. So I respectfully request a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the first Winter Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Doherty votes no. Please close the machine. With 19 aye, 40 no, and 6 excused, the first Winter Amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the second Winter Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Winter moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Holtorf and Winter Amendment, J112, Amendment 24A to Senate Bill 214 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 214 is amended passed.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to move the Winter Holtorf Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask it to be properly displayed.
It is displayed. Please proceed.
For the reasons that we said before, I'm trying to get teachers better pay. So I urge a yes vote, not only for the teachers, but for the children.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This particular amendment will put $1 million in every school district, near $1 million in every school district. Unless my math is wrong, don't anybody check it. But it does help the teachers, and one of the biggest complaints in our school districts and with the teachers is they don't get paid enough. So let's help them. Now's your chance to push that little green button for your teachers and your teachers' students, the children.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, I ask for a no vote and look forward to the School Finance Act to address further funding of our public schools.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the second Winter Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Doherty votes no. Please close the machine. With 22 aye, 37 no, and 6 excused, the second Winter Amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the third Winter Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Winter moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Winter and Evans Amendment, J162, Amendment 39 to Senate Bill 214 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 214 is amended passed.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to move the Winter Amendment to report of the Committee of the Whole. Ask that it properly be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
All right, everybody. This one's where you hit the yes button. So the program that was started last year with SB 22-172, it was the Rural Healthcare Workforce Initiative. They appropriated some money to try to start rural tracks, get some education going. That way we could recruit, train, and keep doctors, physician's assistants, people like this in rural Colorado. You guys know that I advocate for rural Colorado, and we are facing a healthcare crisis. We're facing recruiting problems. I say it over and over again. But the issue I have with this one, and I ask you to really take a look at this, is the state spent the money. The taxpayers already spent the money to lay this out. So they laid this out last year, and now we're going to take that work and their money and just say, that's it. We're going to throw it away after a year. Not only is that egregious to the taxpayers of Colorado and the effort that the state put into this, but it's egregious that in rural Colorado that a program could be started and get people excited that we're going to try to make a fix to this, and then we're just going to drop it after 1 year without following through. So if you all could help me bridge that gap in the rural-urban divide, please vote yes on this. Thank you.
Representative Byrd.
I just have to ask for a no vote on this amendment. Thanks, members.
Seeing no further discussion. Mr. Schiebel, the question before us is the adoption of the third winter amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Doherty votes no. Please close the machine. With 22 aye, 37 no, and 6 excused, the third winter amendment is lost. That was the final amendment. Members, the question before us is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Doherty votes yes. Please close the machine. With 42 ayes, 17 no, and 6 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until tomorrow. Announcements and introductions.
Yeah, sorry.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Okay, a little switch for education tomorrow. We are going to be hearing one bill. We're going to be hearing Senate Bill 149. It may not be on the calendar. You might have gotten it in too late, but we will be hearing at adjournment Senate Bill 149. Thanks.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, you might have noticed that Representative Holtorf has a new tie. It came from Scotland, a wonderful place. But apparently there's a matching kilt that he refused to wear today. So I did just want to point that out.
Thank you, Representative Soper. Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee, where we have a strictly no-kilt policy, will be meeting tomorrow in LSBA at 1:30 to hear 3 bills, 1255, 1253, and 1276.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Business will be meeting tomorrow on adjournment to hear one bill, Senate Bill 58. Thanks.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I might as well announce Judiciary's work tomorrow as well. We have 5 bills on our agenda starting at 1:30. We will hear 1249, 1182, 1155. We also have 1169 and 1214. For the record, I probably also need to enforce a no-kilts rule in Judiciary.
Representative Luck. Representative Michelson-Janae.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services will meet tomorrow at 1:30.
Representative Kipp.
Energy Environment Committees, you have tomorrow morning off. There we are not hearing any bills.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just thought it very appropriate in light of the very many no's that had to be given by the JBC members to remind them that they are loved by the whole chamber, even though they're not paying attention.
Aw, I missed that. It was very nice. One last announcement. Members, Senate Bill 168, the Senate did not concur with House amendments, even though we're the smartest, and has requested a conference committee. The House conferees are Representative Mabry as chair, Representative Parenti, and Representative Taggart. Again, that was Senate Bill 168. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to let you know that there is pizza and salad over by Kathy's office. Feel free to grab some food and take some home. And secondly, I move that the House adjourn until 9 a.m. on Wednesday, April 5th.
Seeing no objection, the House is adjourned until 9 a.m. Wednesday, April 5th.